Alderman Geisers.
Hello, sir.
Must be getting sprained. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Horn Lake Board of Aldermen to order. Certainly appreciate everyone coming out. As we always say, good government depends on the citizens being involved, and it's nice to see you out this evening. All right, at this time, I'd like to request Alderman Bostic to lead us in our invocation.
Let us pray. Our Father, we just thank you for this opportunity that we have to serve this great city of Horn Lake. And we just ask a special prayer for all of our first responders and taking care of our community. Lord, be with each one, each family that's represented in that area, Lord. And we just ask you to watch over us through this meeting this evening as we make decisions. Lord, that we would put you first in all that we do. In your name we ask. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Alderman. Would you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Alderman David Young.
And salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jim, can you give the roll call, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Alderman Klein.
Here.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Here.
Alderman Geis.
Here.
Alderman Bostic.
Here.
Alderman Johnson.
Here.
Alderman Dupree.
Here.
Alderman Young.
Here.
All right, we're all present. The first item on the agenda is the vote on the municipal docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the municipal docket.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Alderman Bostic. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. The second item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
I motion that we accept the consent agenda items A through H.
We have a motion by Alderman Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Mayor.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Third item on the agenda is the claims docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the claims docket, general fund, $298,036.99. The bond funded cap project expense, $300,064.70. The library fund, $14,040.53. The economic development fund for $7,482.80. The utility fund, $125,078.62, for a total docket of $744,703.64.
Motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second to the motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Young.
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right, number 4 is special guests and presentations. At this time, we're honored to have Ms. Mary Wims with the Special Olympics. Would you please come down, Ms. Mary?
Good evening, Mayor and Aldermans.
Good evening,
I
Ms.
come to y'all
Mary.
tonight doing good. I'm the Area Director for Special Olympics here in DeSoto County. As everyone knows, it's nonprofit. COVID's hit, not getting the donations that we need to keep our area running. So I have come to the city to ask for a donation in the amount of $1,000 to help our athletes in this area. We have 3 athletes that will be traveling to the USA Games in Orlando, Florida this June, and 2 coaches. And of course, we've got to pay for them to go. We've got to pay for the airline tickets, them to stay at Disney, because that's where the parks are, where the games are going to be held. We have 10 athletes altogether from DeSoto County, so I am going to all the other cities and asking for the same amount to help cover the expense of $6,500 that we have to come up with for these athletes to attend these games. So that's why I'll come out to y'all tonight and just ask. If you can't give $1,000, whatever you can give. If you do give $1,000, the City of Horn Lake will be recognized on our Travel Day t-shirts because you will be a sponsor. So the shirts that we'll be wearing, that we go through the airport and all that, will have the City of Horn Lake's emblem and the name on the shirt.
I see you're accompanied by 3 of the special
Yes.
athletes.
This is my
Mr.
son,
Jett.
Jesse Wims. He attended the USA Games in Seattle back in 2018. He did powerlifting. As you can see, he was awarded 4 gold medals. He was the top in his weight class for the whole United States. His total lift was a little over 600 pounds. You got Dan and Daniel Arata. They also attended the 2018 games that were held in Seattle. They did flag football with the Ole Miss team, and they came in 3rd place. So we brought home 31 medals that year for the state of Mississippi, and which was great. So I don't think hardly any of our athletes received ribbons. They all came home with medals. This year we're taking 177 athletes from the state of Mississippi to attend the USA Games, which is one of the biggest delegations that we've ever taken.
That's
So,
wonderful. The work y'all do is phenomenal, and you got 3 nice young gentlemen there with you, representing the Special Olympics very well.
yes, sir.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Alderman Bostic.
I wanted to ask Jim, is this in our budget where we've given before, and how much did we give or not?
Yes. Up on the screen, you'll see that at the beginning of this budget year, you approved $500 for the Special Olympics down there at the bottom of the screen. So it was approved at the beginning of the year for $500. But again, we do have, more than that in the fund currently, but it was approved for $500.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
I do.
Alderman Dupree.
Have you got a list of what it's going to cost you to go?
I don't have one. The state director would have one. I would have to get it from her. I know just uniforms, because we have to supply the uniforms to practice in, the uniforms to compete in, the everyday wear that they have, and that's well over $100,000. We have to provide shoes for whatever sport they're doing in. Bowling has to have bowling balls, bowling bags, which we were lucky and Strike Zone donated the bowling shoes and the bowling bags to us. So that's no expense. But the swimmers, we have to provide swim caps, their swimsuits, cover-up, rain jackets for everybody that attends, tennis shoes for everybody that attends. So for 177 people, we have to supply clothes that they can wear over the 7 days that we're there.
Jim, what fund will this come out of?
The Economic Development Fund.
Okay, so how much is in there now?
We just received another 27,000, so we have over 57,000.
Okay.
And I can give y'all a letter where we're asking for sponsorships, and telling you exactly what, if you did become a sponsor, you would be a bronze sponsor. So your logo would be recognized on all event publicity. You'd be mentioned on social media, travel day t-shirt, 2 complimentary t-shirts from this Team Mississippi, and 2 yard signs. So I do have the different levels, but I'm just trying to get the 1,000. You go all the way up to 10,000. You got $1,000, a $2,500, a $5,000, and then $10,000 sponsor level. Okay. That we're asking for from different businesses and cities. Like I said, I'm going to the rest of the cities and asking the same thing from them.
Yeah. So in our budget at 500, we set that during the budget time. So, but it would be okay if we. I'm asking to give them $1,000 because of what they do and what they're gonna represent for us here in Horn Lake.
I'm good with that.
Mayor.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Is this goes every 4 years or every year?
No, we do, the USA Games are held every 4 years.
Okay,
just
so
like
we
the regular.
divide that 500 or multiply that by 4, okay.
Yep, yep.
So,
Alderman Young.
We have three.
We have 3 from Horn Lake.
Three.
We have 10 altogether from DeSoto County.
But only three.
Only 3 from Horn Lake.
And you said there was, how much for this next, not the 1,000, but 2,500?
The 2,500, you would still get your logo recognized. You would be on the Travel Day T-shirt, and then you would just get 3 of our Team Mississippi T-shirts, and then 3 of our yard signs for $2,500.
So if we leave Dan and Daniel here, how much is it then?
You would get a break.
They need to go.
They need to go. Can we give more and have somebody keep them, is what I'm hearing?
You can do that. No, they're pretty good. They travel real well because they go to sleep within the first 10 minutes, so they're real good.
I would,
hey, Dan, you got my strawberries?
No, I forgot him.
I'll come by your house later.
Alderman Klein.
It was pointed out to me that I think at youth council, the mayor's youth council, we're not doing this year, and there was a budget of, I think, 2,500 in there, so we could take it from that line item.
that's where I was coming.
Good point.
That's where I was coming with the 3. We take the 500, the 2,500 from the youth council. We got 3,000. That's
There you go.
$1,000.
There you go.
Make it.
Let's
Go
do
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
All right,
So,
is there any more discussion?
Good.
Any more discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
so if we can, if the council is not gonna be using that 2,500, I would ask the board to, go with the Special Olympics here.
Alderman Klein.
Oh, is that what you were saying?
That's what we're talking about.
Okay, all right.
If there's no more discussion, do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Boston.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve $3,000 request for the Special Olympics.
second.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. We have a second by Alderman Bledsoe. Should they put in that motion, Mr. Billy, that it should be from the amended, put in the Mayor's Youth Council money?
No, sir, Mayor, that's not necessary.
Thank you, sir. All right. Roll call, Mr. Robinson, please, sir.
Yes, Alderman Klein,
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe,
Aye.
Alderman Geis, Alderman Bostic,
Aye.
Alderman Johnson,
Aye.
Alderman Dupree,
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. And when you go to the other cities, would you point out that the
They-
Board of Aldermen approved $3,000
Yes.
for them?
I definitely will. The only city I'm having an issue with right now is South Haven. I can't seem to get Darren Musselwhite to return my calls. So-
That's, we'll just stick to Horn Lake. but
Yeah.
just-
And I will need to get with someone to get your logo. Who would I need to contact about that?
Mr. Jim,
Okay,
Miss
all right,
AJ.
all right.
And thank you, Mr. Williams, and everybody involved in this. And hopefully, we can get back to having the jamboree in the park.
Yes, hopefully COVID will lift. Right now, the whole state is on like, we can't do anything other than this. Of course, everybody has to be vaccinated in order to go to the USA Games. But we're hoping by this fall we can start doing fall games. And I invite every single one of y'all to come out and see some of our events. The smiles on the athlete's face when they receive, whether it's a medal or a ribbon, is priceless. So, and I appreciate all of y'all, and thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
All right. On number 4, special gifts and presentations, we have the Horn Lake Fire Department's annual awards. Chief Limble, how are you feeling, Chief? Good. Are you? Good.
Looking terrible.
Don't look good? I'm gonna do this from this side, because I'm gonna speak to the audience.
Yeah, you look better
Because
this
these
way.
people back here don't give me no respect anyway. First of all, I would like to say, most of my staff right now, they're on a house fire, so they didn't make it today. But we're gonna go ahead and do the award. I know one of the aldermen asked, but there are some here that need to be recognized tonight. And my main thing tonight is this, for the mayor and the board, is tonight I would like to recognize the public safety personnel throughout all, not just Horn Lake, and not just the fire and EMS, the police department as well. I'm blessed to have a wonderful staff. In the dangerous times, these men and women have continued to put their lives at risk day in and day out. And in addition to dealing with this pandemic, they go where every time the tone goes off, it's a positive COVID patient. They still go in without thinking about their own life, their own safety, just pointing that out. A lot of people don't think about this at this time. The actions and reactions that demonstrate the personnel above and beyond the call of duty, because they have stepped out this year alone. We've made over 4,851 calls in 2021. 3,253 of those was for EMS, which was medical patients or injuries and transports to the hospital. Hospitals are overloaded, understaffed. They've gotten rid of all their personnel due to not getting these shots. You know, if the fire department here, and I know Chicago and all these others are saying, you know, just lay them off if they don't get the shot. But if we lay them off, we don't have anybody to do this. So they're still doing these calls in and out without concern of their own safety and their own family. But we try to make sure they do all their safety protocols to stay in that. But we've had a lot out with COVID as well. We just have to deal with it. This question come to me today: what's your percentage that got the shot? I said 100% got today, because we don't have anybody out with COVID. Now tomorrow we may have someone out with it, but we have dealt with this for the last 2 years. That has just happened this year, but the last year has been a struggle for all the EMS calls that's run daily. So I just would like to take this time. Like I said, a lot of people take them for granted what the ambulance is doing. We make a lot of calls. These people just want to go to the hospital because the doctor won't see them. The doctor sent them home and quarantined them, but they're sick. They can't breathe. So now we're taking them back to the ER. The ER is telling us they don't want them either. But the patient needs help. They need to be seen. So you're still having to deal with that day in and day out. So therefore, I just would like to say, I think we have a great team of first responders in Horn Lake, all over DeSoto County as well. But I have to take my hat off to my team. So I just want to say thank you to the Horn Lake Fire and EMS and police for dealing with all of what we've dealt with in the last 2 years. But in the last year has been really tough. And tonight, there's no way to just come out and say, this is the guy. But these are the ones that were voted on among their peers. They kind of put a list together and pulled that and kind of came up with who has stood out or who has been a great leader of the department and has stepped up to do the next level, because a lot of times that's where it's all at as well. So I have 3 awards tonight that I would like to present. And first one is not here. He's out at that house fire. And that's my lieutenant. It's Adam Tudor. Oh, he is here. Come on up, Adam. You came in for this, didn't you? Adam Tudor, he got a 10-year award last year. So he's worked through the ranks. He's very good. He's always on time, and he's very dependable for the department. So thank you again.
Appreciate it.
Stay where you at. I want to let you stand by yourself. You got to be up here to help me.
That's fine.
My driver of the year is Will Sis. I don't have your years. How long you been here? 12 years. Good deal. Thank you. Firefighter of the Year, he just made another, just a few weeks, well, about a month ago, maybe not even that long, but he just started at the beginning of the year. He's the new driver, but he's the Firefighter of the Year, goes to Lee Chillis. Morgan ain't here, is she? And my EMS of the Year, she is on the fire, they said, and she is, it's Morgan Woodard. She actually just finished and got her paramedic in January, so she's been here for a few years, but she's also been working her way to be a paramedic, and she just finished that in January. And then tonight, I'm going to recognize Miss Goodnight in the back. She just finished her paramedic, and they promoted her tonight to paramedic, so she's going from an EMT driver to paramedic. Good job. That's probably one of the hardest things right now is finding staff, because everybody is hurting for workers just like we are, and we're struggling to find personnel, and we need EMS. And I have a lot of people that want to do it, but they've never been through school, so you can't get on the ambulance if you're not already a licensed person. It's kind of like hiring a doctor and sending him to doctor school. You don't really want him doctoring on you today, do you? But again, thank you. Yeah, thank y'all. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. And thank all the personnel of the fire department. Y'all do a marvelous job. And also extend our gratitude to the members of the police department for the wonderful work they do, and Public Works for the wonderful work they do. American Fireworks sponsored a coat giveaway Saturday, as cold as it was, perfect day for it. And we're proud to say that our fire, our police, and Public Works were all and Parks Department were all out there helping to make it a fun event and to help some people get some coats, despite the weather. All right, going on down to new business. We're on number 6.
No, number 5.
5, we got another one. Okay, 5, letter B. Huntington Industrial Properties.
No, title card.
Okay, we're gonna do A first. Okay. All right, conditional use for tidal wave car wash. Who's representing them? Mr. Bill Brown, come forward, please.
Mayor.
Mr. Chad was just getting the PowerPoint set up.
Oh, here he comes.
He's
Okay.
going to present.
Are you ready, Mr. Chad?
We are now. Thank you,
All right,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Alderman. Chad Barr, Planning Director, present a PowerPoint on case 2063 CU. It's a conditional use for a car wash. We actually do have an address now from DeSoto County. The address would be at 4140 Fountain Lane in Horn Lake. The applicant is tonight with their development team. So if you have questions or if they have a presentation afterwards, they are here tonight. So yes, we have a request for a conditional use permit by HL Ventures LLC as the owner. Brandon Hebron with One Atlas Consulting as representative for land that is owned Planned Unit Development, PUD, in the Fountains at Fairfield Meadows, PUD, Section J, Lot Number 1, for a commercial car wash. Additionally, the Horn Lake Planning Commission considered the case during their January 31st meeting, and they recommended denial of the request by a 3-to-1 margin. Next slide. I won't go by this word for word since it takes a lot of time and we might fall asleep, but I'll try to hit the highlights that are most important and pertinent for the case. So I'll go down to item number 2, but this is from Article 10 of the city's zoning ordinance. And so when the Planning Commission considered the case, they looked at specific items lettered A through F. And you can see them there on screen. Those are factors that actually have case law support in the United States. as a means of coming up with objective criteria in which to analyze different types of cases around the country. Next slide, please. There we go. Thank you. Yes, what you'll see here is it's basically an overview of the plat, or a portion of the plat. You'll see the subject property highlighted with the blue line, which is the lot in question. If established, if you go all the way from Horn Lake Road, it would be Aldi, which is already established. And then across Penny Lane would be the Wendy's, which there's been some entitlement work that's come before you for the Wendy's location. Then this particular location, which could potentially be the car wash, and then west of that would be the McDonald's. And the McDonald's case will go before the Planning Commission for site plan and design review later this month. But the proposed area is 51,144 square feet for the parcel and about 3,500 square feet for the main building. This is a new land use, building and support equipment. As I stated earlier, the zoning is PUD, the Planned Unit Development. Next slide, please. With this slide, you'll see some more detail with the actual site plan as submitted by the applicant. You can see the proposed entrance from the south off of Fountain Lane, and it would come through, and there would be the main automated car wash area, and then an area as it go around in a counterclockwise fashion where there would be area for like vacuuming and cleaning out the automobiles and that sort of thing. And then you see over on the left-hand side of the screen is those letters A through F that the Planning Commission considered back on January the 31st. I won't go into a lot of detail on those, other than one specifically, unless you want me to go back to some of those. Next slide, please. So during the processing of the case, I reached out to Mississippi State University and asked them to do analysis based upon what they call population threshold analysis. And they were able to produce some data to that. There's a letter in your packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to look through that. But it was in their opinion that Horn Lake could support basically about 5 car washes. The current inventory is, well, we have 6 that are licensed in town and 2 or 3 that are not. More of a windshield survey produces more of a number of about 16 with 2 that are closed. And there are various levels of car washes. Some are very fully automated. Some are what you'd say not fully automated, but semi-automated. And then the others that are the older style where you go in and you can do it with like the little wand, hand wand on your own. So there's various levels of, I guess, sophistication, you could say, or automation in town currently. So going on, this was under item D of the factors that they looked at that population threshold analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, going on to the last item of the factors that they considered, this was letter F. The question is, would the request be in conflict with a comprehensive plan? So as staff, what I tried to do is look for things in the comprehensive plan that might either support or not support any particular application. I was able to find these 4 items. And in particular, item number 2, where it talks about the general economy, led the Planning Commission to come to the conclusion of which they made their recommendation this evening. Next slide, please. So what they did is they recommended denial of the request, and that passed by a 3-to-1 margin. And I'll just read it here. They said, after review of the application, which is case number 2063, CU, a request for a car wash proposed to be located in the fountains at Fairfield Meadows PUD, Section 7, Lot 1, along Fountain Lane, consisting of 1.15 acres of land that is zoned PUD. The Horn Lake Planning Commission recommended denial of the request to the city's Board of Aldermen upon the following basis. And they used letter A, which was from earlier in the presentation. It said non-conformance with the city's comprehensive plan, specifically goal number 1 from page 8 in the land use goals / objectives portion of the plan, where it says promote the development of an appropriate mix of land uses that is responsive to market preferences, as well as the community's economic development objectives. Market oversaturation of the car wash land use with at least 6 other establishments within the city currently is market oversaturation and thus inconsistent with this part of the plan. So that, as staff, I'm tasked with bringing their recommendation to you, and that was their recommendation from that particular night. Next slide. Thank you. Now, staff finds is kind of odd, because it says in the zoning ordinance that under number 2, under letter C of Article 10, there's those factors A through F that we saw earlier in the presentation. But when it goes to the governing authority or the governing body, it defers to a number 3. And so that's what I've put on this particular slide. And these are the factors that the aldermen get to use in weighing a conditional use permit question upon you. So I'll just read that here. Number 3, upon receipt of the written findings concerning the proposed conditional use from the Planning Commission, the governing authority shall make a determination as to whether or not a conditional use permit should be issued. However, the governing authority shall not grant a conditional use permit unless satisfactory provisions have been made considering the following. And so here, on this slide and the next slide, there are letters A through G. And A is off-street parking and loading areas. B is refuse and service areas, C, utilities with reference to locations, availability, and compatibility. D, which deals with screening and buffering with reference to type, dimensions, and character. Next slide, please. And then letter E is required yards and other open space. Letter F, general compatibility with adjacent properties and other property in the zoning district. And letter G, any other provisions deemed applicable by the governing authority. So I've got a note here. Also, though not seen above and different from the Planning Commission factors, there's no mention of consideration of the city's comprehensive plan. Based upon consistent case law and enabling legislation within the United States, planning staff would highly recommend, regardless of whether the final action is for approval with conditions, or denial, that said decision be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. And I think that's the last page. Nope, but there's one more slide. Oh, there we go. So the last item here is, should the city approve of the request, conditions could be imposed upon it regarding hours of operation and meeting applicable federal, state, county, and city requirements and so forth, which is also found in the zoning ordinance. And so that would conclude staff's presentation unless you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Barr? Does anyone have any questions? Alderman Young.
It's my understanding that there's there's 2 entrances and 2 exits. One's at the red light and one's on Horn Lake Road. Is that correct? Off that Fountain Drive or whatever it is?
Yes, Alderman Young, there's one off Horn Lake Road, and then Fountain Lane comes through and heads west, and then turns the corner, and then on to Goodman. So
there's that at the light.
Okay, I'm not. There's also Penny Lane that comes down, which would be between Aldi and Wendy's.
Right.
I don't think there's a light there or whatever. But the Fountain Lane starts over on Horn Lake Road, heads west. There's a little bit of a curve in it as it goes around Aldi, and then would go south of Wendy's, south of the potential car wash, south of McDonald's, and then turn and go north, and then empty out on or connect with Goodman Road west.
Right, so you got Goodman Road, and so it wouldn't just be the stress on Horn Lake Road. It would be equal access.
That's correct.
That's what I was getting to.
Yes, 2 access points. Yes, sir.
Okay. And 2 more questions.
Yes, sir.
And this will probably be for one of you too. Something sparked my curiosity. You said that you reuse 80% of the water that you cycle through. How do you determine that 80%? What determines that 80%?
Sir, can you give your name and address for the minutes, please?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Rick Olson. I'm a principal with Tidal Wave Auto Spa, and I appreciate your question, and I wanted to start by first saying thank you for what you did for the donation. I have a son who's autistic, and special needs, and I just thought that was fantastic, so thank you very much for that. Can we connect Chris on?
I'm on the line.
Yeah, Chris, this is, so on the line with us is Chris Ferrari, and Chris he'll tell you he's not an engineer, but he's very sophisticated in the wash process and how the water is captured in the tanks, and so I wanted to see if Chris could address your question, Alderman Young.
Yeah, I'd be happy
Chris,
to.
can you hear okay?
I can. Can y'all hear me okay?
Is that all right with the members of the board, having them do it this way?
Yes.
Is that all right, Alderman Young?
Yes, fine.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. I'm hopefully everybody can hear me okay, and I'm happy to repeat myself if not.
Speak up, thank you.
And so I'm sorry. I'll speak up as loud as I can. So the intent, I was kind of want to break down the intent of the wash, right? So our business, right, is the use of water, and obviously that's a utility service to us at an expense, right? So we pay very careful attention, and we engineer all of our equipment to work as efficiently as possible. And over the years, I'd say over the last 10 years, there's been a pretty large push to recapture and reuse as much water throughout the day as possible to create lower our operational expense of the water used, and also to alleviate any kind of output that the facility may push out into the sanitary sewer system. Obviously, the more water we reuse, that helps our bottom line. So we're very focused on trying to use as much as possible. 80% is kind of what our average is right now, given our Generation 5 and Generation 6 equipment line, and how that integrates with all of our underground reclamation tanks and filtration systems. And so the way we calculate that is the pumps and all of the systems that we buy that actually spit water out, each one has its own pump and its own applicator. And those pumps and applicators are measured by gallons per minute, and then some of them gallons per seconds. And so we're able to calculate up, per piece of equipment, per pump, or per applicator. We can measure to a pretty close degree of accuracy, like how much water actually gets pushed out when a car goes through. And I'm sure everybody's been through a car wash, or I hope everybody has, but the car wash isn't running all the time. So we carefully time those applicator sensors with when the track starts and pulls a car in. And so we're only applying water specifically at the interval in which the car is in the tunnel itself. And we're trying to be as efficient with the applicator in that moment as possible. So we're trying to first reduce the amount of water we use in general right out the gate. And then when the water goes through the wash, it's captured through a trench that is, that's the entire length of the building. And in that trench, we have multiple points of sump pumps and basins in which that will separate certain chemicals in certain zones and certain water and chemicals in other zones. And so based on the zones, there's two primary zones, and one of the zones is the bulk of the tunnel, and the other zone is kind of the end of the tunnel where the tire wash is. And so the bulk of the tunnel, I'd say, basically 80% of it, if not even more, is physically capturing and retaining the water into a underground cistern system, actually a series of cisterns. It's about 7,500 to 8,000 gallons of total. And it's a series of 4 different chambers. Each chamber is designed to separate both, grit, grime, oil, grease, other particulates, and also the chemicals in the wash soap itself. Now, we only use chemicals in wash soaps that don't have, high concentrates of phosphorus and other dangerous chemicals anyway. So it's already, predetermined chemicals that are safe for the environment to begin with. But the underground systems actually separate out, the best that we can. And you have to understand it's always an evolving engineering system too. Like I'm sure the Gen 7 system will have a little bit better tweak than the Gen 6. But, and so the water gets separated into these 4 different tanks underground, so we have soap and chemicals being extracted. We have dirt, grime, grit, oil, grease being extracted. They settle, differently. Some float to the top, some float to the bottom. And then the cleaner water, the filtered water goes into the next tank. Same process happens again for redundancy. And then from the third tank, we have a pump that then extracts the water from that third tank, runs it through it repumps into a large above ground cistern. We usually have 3 of those tanks, so these massive kind of white polymer tanks that go from floor to ceiling, and they hold quite a bit of water. And from there, we pump that reuse water that's been filtered out back into those tanks, and then from there it goes into multiple holding tanks after that to cycle through and clean it again with other chemicals to dilute it, and then push back through our applicators and back through the wash itself. And then the cycle just kind of repeats and repeats and repeats, to the point where when that water gets used, it moves, reused and reused again, it moves down the line of the wash to eventually it makes its way to like the tire shine and the things that the undercarriage, the things that really get dirty. And then it goes back through the system, and then it goes into what we have a 4th grease interceptor, and it separates it just like you would in a restaurant, but instead of, I guess grease and fat oils of that nature, it's more, again, dirt, sand, grime, oil, and it goes through our oil water separator at the end of the line, in which then we push out from there that portion of water into the sanitary sewer system. And then we have, routine trucks come out and they pump out and clean out that grease interceptor, just like a restaurant would at their grease interceptor. But instead of pulling out, again, cooking oils and those kind of, discharges, we have, discharges from a car. And we, almost at every location we have sampling ports, both before and after the reclamation tank system. And we get testing done quasi routinely, depending on the, AHJs, municipalities, environmental codes and restrictions. And we'll actually go get the water tested as it's exiting the system. And I think as of right now, I know as of right now, we haven't failed a test to date. So we're very confident that we're able to use, and we continually calibrate to use as much water as possible. Like I said, we're, with some washes, it might be, say, 78%, some washes might be 82%, but our goal is to reuse as much as possible, because that helps, our bottom line. And plus it's better, to not overdraw from the water system from the municipality. And then also we have plenty of measures in place to guarantee that what we're pushing out isn't harmful to the sanitary sewer system. And we have means in which that can be tested, and are willing to test it if y'all need it to be.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
He's the only one that.
You said you had another question.
Well, somewhere in there, he answered that second question.
He's the only one that makes me feel really dumb, just so you know.
Yeah, well,
I'm with you on that one. When I talk to Chris Ferrari again, I'm going to make sure I really understand the question.
I was going to warn y'all.
No, that's fine. So basically what I mean, it's a pretty technical situation. You're not wasting water. You use a filter system to break the water down, because that was my next question, was what do you do with the 20%? But it sounds like it runs through a filter system before it hits our wastewater.
It does. I mean, look, we kind of have a goofy term, right? Dilution is the solution, right?
Right.
The more you dilute it, the less abrasive and harmful it is when it exits.
Right.
And just to the point of the other question, it's in our business model to use as little and reuse as much as possible, right? That helps our bottom line. So we're only motivated to reuse as much as we can all the time. So, our motivation's aligned with any kind of risk potential that, the city may have, as far as, we don't want to draw down too much water and depressurize the service lines. And we mitigate that by having a preliminary storage tank that we fill, and then that storage tank is what powers the wash. So we never have like an immediate draw to the system. And then obviously, we reuse and dilute as much as possible. So.
Okay, thank you. I've looked at your website, looked at where's your closest location to here?
Chris, do you have the closest location, which would be
You're talking open or on the?
Yeah,
Open
operating.
right now, yeah.
Yeah, if you give me a second, I can tell you real quick.
We've got 95 and
Yeah,
120 in
most of
permitting.
them I looked at like they was in the south along the coast, this, that, and the other.
Right, yes.
I would
And-
love for you to bring palm trees up here, but they won't make it.
But they won't let
They
that.
won't make it. So
We can bring palm trees,
Yeah.
for sure.
that's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Does anyone else
Yeah.
have any questions? Mr. Barr had the floor a while ago. Does anyone, before we go any further, have any questions for Mr. Barr? Does anyone? Sir, would you like to make some more remarks, or?
Thank you for the opportunity to
Yes,
speak.
sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So I would like to cover a few things. As it relates to the car wash, when a person washes a car at home, they typically use about 93 gallons of water, and with Tidal Wave, the average is 32 gallons. And so just, what Chris was indicating was the spray nozzles only spray at certain interval times when the tires or the vehicle is at a certain point in the tunnel. About Tidal Wave started in 2004 in Thomaston, Georgia, and it was just a hand wash is what it was at the time. And Scott Blackstock, who is a partner and founder of Tidal Wave, he revolutionized the car wash industry, and he's a chemical engineer, quite knowledgeable guy. And he took Tidal Wave to really another level, and that level is consistent with what we presented here tonight in hopefully everybody received in your package, a full package showing our site renderings, building renderings, et cetera. Is that correct? Did everybody receive? Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yes.
So we would love to we're excited about Horn Lake. We're back here because we are excited about Horn Lake. We really want to be a part of your community. One of the things that I noticed walking in the door on your brochure was business friendly and spirit of community and family. And truly, that's what we are all about. Some of the things that we pointed out in hearing the story a little while ago was very touching, because we bring so much to a community. We're not just a business. We partner with churches, we partner with schools, we do fundraising, donations within the community. We hire in the community. Our site leader that runs our car wash is hired within the local community and trained here. We also hire autistic children as well, and we train them, and we become partners with their families. We do so much. Every year, the third week of September of every year, we take 100% of all of our proceeds for that day across the country. We have 95 locations and 120 in permitting and/or under construction right now. And we will donate every penny of that day to charitable donations that are local in that community. And that's a tremendous amount of money that goes back into the community. What we also do as well is, in addition to that particular donation, we do fundraisers with the churches and the schools, whereby we will, on average, 3 to 4 times a year, put back about $50,000 per fundraiser back into schools, libraries, for books and educational things that the schools need, and the churches need as well. And I could get into all of how we do that, but it's all through giving away car washes and discounted washes to allow the schools and the churches to be able to sell those tickets at discounts, and then we do a profit share and give them half the money back. So we do a lot for the communities, and one of the things that was talked about a little while ago was this, and I just have to mention this because this population threshold factor done by the Mississippi State University. I actually called and spoke to the gentleman who wrote that report at the Mississippi State University, and what he said to me, he said, Mr. Olson, he said, I know that Tidal Wave will be extremely successful in Horn Lake. I have no question about that. And the methodology of what was used to write that report is not consistent at all with how we do our business, what our business model is. And I can assure you, we would not be investing over $6 million in the city of Horn Lake if we didn't have a pretty good idea of what we were doing in the car wash business, if we didn't know the demographics of the market, if we didn't know who our customer was, if we didn't know who our competition was. And as it relates to the number of car washes in Horn Lake, we have what we would consider as one competitor in this market, not 16, not 5, not 4, not 3. We really have one. And so I'm more than happy to go into the demographic profiling of some of the analysis that we do to make that determination. But when we come into, we have never, in 18 years, we have never closed a single car wash. Never closed a single car wash. There was talk about what would you do with a car wash if a car wash closed? Well, we've never closed one. So what do you do with, when a Walmart moves from an old Walmart to a new Walmart and you've got 120,000 square foot building sitting there? We have a 3,500 square foot building. That's it. And we're on 1 acre of land. The majority of properties that we're buying across the country every day are closed restaurants, are unfortunately some closed churches, banks, a lot of banks, and other reuse old car washes, frankly. A lot of other reuse commercial uses that we acquire, that we buy. And so it's interesting how we're buying these other uses that are out of business. And during the pandemic, we were one of the only businesses that were permitted to stay open because of who we are and the fact that we don't come directly in contact with people. So as far as our business model, who we are. So, we're excited about being here again. I came back here because we want to make an investment in your community. We want to serve the community, and we want to be good leaders of the community, and we want to give back the same way in Horn Lake that we have in all of the other communities that we've been in. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions, address any questions that anybody may have, but we appreciate the opportunity. We'd love to be here. We'd love to partner with you, and I think we'll be great stewards of not only this property, but your community as well.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions
Mayor,
or comments? Alderman Dupree.
how do you compare to like Century Car Wash? And Car Wash USA is next to us, but they have fallen off the chain per se down. But Century Car Wash is really nice. How do you compare yourself to them?
So I would say Century is more of a comparison. So a couple of things just to note. First of all, what I won't do is stand here and talk bad about a competitor, because Wendy's, McDonald's, some days you eat at McDonald's, some days you eat at Wendy's, some days you don't. You go to Arby's or you go sit down. But we just do things different. We have a different model, and we believe in our model. So Century is the one that I said we have one competitor, and I think Century is the one competitor that we have in the market. But the difference in what we do with Tidal Wave is we have a 133-foot tunnel that allows us to have more equipment in the tunnel, allows what we utilize in our tunnels is redundancy. A lot of our competitors say we waste money because we put more chemicals on the car than any other competitor. And we don't see that as wasting chemicals. We just want the cleanest car possible coming out of the other end of the tunnel. So the length of our tunnel has a lot to do with how clean that car is that comes out of the tunnel because of the redundancy of equipment that's in our tunnel. So we have multiple sets of equipment that touch the car more while the car is going through the wash. So cleanliness, Tidal Wave we consider ourselves one of the cleanest car washes in the industry, no pun intended, but we make sure that our landscaping is clean, is kept, the facility is spotless. We clean every day. We pressure wash on a regular basis. And we don't have, to your point, you will not see canopies flopping in the air. We don't, we have hard lids in our building. If you look at, this is this is a property that just happens to be up on the screen. This is next to Costco down in Lutz County, Wesley Chapel. I don't know if anybody has heard of Wesley Chapel, Florida, but it's a very, very nice upscale market. We're sitting right next to Lowe's. The building to the right happens to be Aldi's. All the national restaurant chains are there, and literally right behind us is 1.5 million square feet of upscale retail. It's one of the highest generating outlet malls in the state of Florida. It's sitting right behind us. And the family that owns and developed all that could have sold that property to anybody and chose Tidal Wave. So we turned that, and obviously you can't see the level of the landscaping with the photo that's on the screen, but we took the landscaping to a whole nother level, and it's unfortunate you can't see it. But we've got a waterfall feature there as well. You can see the Costco behind us, but the building to the right, that is actually we call them hard lid canopy. So under that canopy is where the cars vacuum customers vacuum their vehicles. One of the things that we know that people generally don't like other people in their car vacuuming their car. They just don't. They have things in their car. They're special. They put them in places they don't want other people to touch them. If you could hold that picture right there, that'd be great. Or not. You just go back at one. That's good. No, go wherever you want. I'll talk. So that's a good one too. So in any event, thank you. So our customers, similar to Century, but you'll vacuum your own vehicle when you pull up. We have very powerful, vacs. If you have a mat in your vehicle, if you put our vacs, if you put them on the mat, the mat will come out with the vac. I mean, it sucks very hard. So just our entire overall system that we have, you can see the elevation of the building. If you go back up to one of the pictures, that'd be awesome.
I do have a question. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. But the elevation of the building, the stack stone, it just really gives that, that southern feel look. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to go back to the vacuum. When you say vacuum and you got a lot of suction, but you got to have airflow more than suction itself. I mean, it's no big deal here. I go down to Century a lot, and
sure,
and there's suck really hard.
Yeah.
But it's hard to move it around because there's so much suction that it wants to stick to the carpet.
This is great. So we have, again, it's the technique, right? So our hand wand or our vacuum, the end of the vacuum hose actually has valleys in the end of it,
airflow.
with their deeper valleys, right? So all you have to do is tilt it and it'll release. If you don't want it to stick, you just lift it up or you pull it back down the other direction. It allows the airflow to go back and to break that suction. And so that's just one of the little things that we do.
So I am not in favor of a lot of car washes. I don't like them a lot. In a small area, you got Glide that's coming up in South Haven. You got Century here. You got Car Wash USA. You guys here. How are you going to make any money? Just a question. When you got all these car washes, and I understand that you had a presentation earlier about your people coming through. So many people here. What is it called? Help me out here. But anyway, your clientele. That's it. Are you going to have enough clientele to actually run this business?
We will. So do you mind if I share just a couple of factors? We're very confident in the demographic. I will share with you that this market is we have some markets that are very, very high volume car washes, and some of those are in military towns where the military personnel, they just love washing their car. I mean, they wash their car every day, and they're very particular about their cars. So in this particular market, this will not be a high volume car wash because of the demographics in the market. it doesn't have to be the highest volume car wash. It is, and as far as how are we going to make a difference, it's through service, just through our level of service, what we do with the community, how we treat our customer, the level of service that we provide our customer. And, you know, we're a competitor. I mean, we do a great job. And in order to earn the business, you know, we have to do a good job every day to earn the business of every customer.
How many employees do you think you'll hire?
At each location, on average, about 12 employees, part-time and full-time.
Okay.
Yeah. But I just wanted to speak real quick to that because I want to make sure you have a little, at least an understanding of some of the demographic profile, you know, the analysis that we do. It's very, very basic. This part of it's very basic. The profile that we do is not as basic. But if you look at drive times, and we look at a 9-minute drive time, we look at an 11-minute drive time, and we look at a 15-minute drive time from the location. So in a 9-minute drive time, we only pull or look at, as far as our clientele, for purposes of doing a market analysis, ages of 25 to 74, okay? And I'm sorry, 25 to 64. We could go from 20 to 75, but for purposes of the way we ran the analysis is ages 25 to 64. I'm sorry, 65. So in a 9-minute drive time, just utilizing that age group, okay, and we pull the population of that age group. There's 43,898 people in that age group in a 9-minute drive from the site, okay? 11-minute drive from the site, same age group, there's 63,312 people in just a 11-minute drive time. So in a 15-minute drive time, which we will pull from further than 15 minutes, there's 102,811. So if you take, we have what's called a club plan, a membership plan, where if somebody comes in, you can pay $20 or whatever, $25, depending on the level of wash that you want, and you can go in one time and just wash your car, or you can become a club plan member, just like Century. And if you're a club plan member, then you can come every day and wash your car.
I do every
day. You know
day.
about that, yeah. You probably use it about 3.5 times a month, right? That's the average person usage, right?
Yeah, I wash my car a lot.
Okay, there you go. So we won't make any money off of you. I'm just kidding. So the maximum number of customers that any car wash can serve and serve well is about 10,000 members total. So when you look at 9-minute drive and there's 43,000, just in 9-minute drive, it only takes 23% of those people within 9 minutes to fill our membership. Well, that's not going to happen, right? You go out to 11 minutes at only 16%. We don't draw on just 11-minute drive. You go to 15-minute drive, it's down to 10%. So we're in markets where we have competitors like Century, where we have 5 real direct competitors with brand new car washes a mile away. And we're doing very, very well, and they're doing pretty well, but we're doing very well. And it's all about branding, it's all about the technique, it's all about the quality, the service, and we provide a very high level of service.
Well, from what I hear, this is the first time I've ever heard a car wash donating money to charity. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
I like that.
We are a Christian-based organization.
That's a plus.
I did everything I could to sit in that chair and not jump up here and say, I'll match that donation. When the young lady was up here. We love family. We are all about, and I want to talk to Chief Lindell after this because I've got some ways to help you in your situation you're dealing with. We are involved in a lot of things with military, rehabbing military. I'm personally one of the biggest donation givers of a very, very big organization that rehabs military personnel with that have been injured I won't get into all that right now, but we love to give. I mean, we've been very, very blessed in our lives. We're very blessed, and we love to give. And so that's one of the most important things to us. We talk about our donations more than we do our car washes. It's just who we are.
Yeah.
It's just who we are.
When you said that you hired autistic children
Yes.
or adults, whatever,
Yes.
I can't get over that. My daughter has special needs.
Oh,
and
praise
it
God.
touches me. And I really
Praise
appreciate
God,
that.
brother.
That's all I have.
It'll make me emotional here, man.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Alderman Klein?
I don't think the concern would be y'all staying in business. I think the concern, from what I gathered from the planning commission, is putting other car washes out of business. And then we end up with, a business that's vacant there. So I think that's where I think our planning had made their decision based on that Mississippi report. If I'm not mistaken, Chad, using that Mississippi State report.
Alderman Klein, yeah, that's kind of my gathering. Either that or it could be just general car wash fatigue across the city landscape with where they are in certain things, or that this could be successful enough that it could put out not just one but several. And then since they're built basically as a one-purpose use, it's not like it's a vacant retail commercial building. You can flip it from one use to another over a short period of time. I think that was some of their concern.
There's no doubt your car wash sounds like state of the art.
If you wouldn't mind if I commented to that. So with all due respect, I don't think anybody needs a report from Mississippi State University to tell you that an old dilapidated car wash that 4 people go to a week probably isn't going to stay in business anyway. That's just a fact. So there are businesses that go out of business because they don't operate their business the way that they should operate their business. They don't have the level of commitment to their business that the business down the street has. That's the fact. So I doubt that we would be the ones to put them out of business. They're probably already out of business. They just haven't thrown the keys in yet. So, and as far as the repurpose, I cover a lot of area, and I go to many states, and I go to many communities, and I do this quite frequently. And I will tell you that what a lot of other cities, counties want to do, try to do, they want to clean up the city, the town, the market. They should take block by block sometimes. They go out and get big grants to clean up the community because they don't want that. They want new. They want vitalization to the community. They pay for that. And that's what we bring. We can't help if an old generation, it's been there for 10 years, 15 years, if they haven't attended to their business, how could they expect to be successful? I just think it's common sense.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Alderman Johnson?
I commend you.
Thank you.
On being family-oriented, as well as you said before, you would not put down a competitor.
Yeah.
So that's very professional of you. My thoughts are about maintenance. Sometimes I pulled up to one of these car washes and had to back out because, the machine wasn't working, or sometimes the vacuums aren't working. There are various problems that occur at these businesses. So how well do you plan on maintaining your business and keeping it marketable and fresh and new and available?
So thank you for those. First of all, thank you for your compliment, and thank you for the question, because it's actually a great question. And it really drives home exactly the difference between what we do and our competitors. Everything you've said. I'll give you an example. Our car washes, and again, I'm not even talking about how other car washes design their car wash. But at Tidal Wave, there are times where a phone call comes in that, hey, I need you here, or, they have to leave wherever they are. It's time, they have to leave right now. So, or if you're in a car, in the line at Tidal Wave, your electric window goes halfway up and all of a sudden, it's never happened before, but darn if the electric window won't go all the way up and you're getting ready to go through the car wash, right? It happens. We see it happen. So we have an exit lane, an emergency exit lane that allows you to leave the tunnel and, go about take care of your situation or address your window. But the question that you had about, earlier when I was speaking, I was talking about redundancy. Remember that? There's a reason that we have longer tunnels and we have redundancy and we have multiple pieces of equipment. So in most car washes, they have 2 tire washes. We have 4 sets of tire washes on both sides because equipment can fail. Just like an aircraft, you wouldn't get on an airliner if you knew that if one piece of equipment goes down, you're in trouble. They have redundancy. They have backup equipment. So that's one of the things that we do. That's one of the reasons our tunnel is longer than most tunnels, because we want to have redundancy, because equipment will go down. And when it goes down, you wouldn't know it was down. You're still getting a decent car wash. It may be down for a couple of hours, but you're not affected by that 2-hour process. The other thing, as far as vacs are concerned, in our vac design, Chris, are you still on the phone?
I am, yes.
Okay, how many vacs do we have designed here in Horn Lake?
Let's see. I think it was close to 30, maybe 28. I can pull it up real quick.
Right. So what happens a lot of times is car washes will design with 15, 16, 18, 19 vacs. And what happens is when you limit the number of vacs and the utility of those vacs, they get worn out faster, they fill up faster. That's another reason why we have more vacs in our car wash design, so that it allows our personnel to be there. We have a person who is at the vacs. They walk up at one. That's one of the reasons we have more employees than most car washes. But their assignment, their job is to go up and down where people are vacuuming, saying, "Welcome to Tidal Wave. Are you having a great day? Is there anything I can help you with?" We wash all of our towels on site. We fold them on site. We put them out. We have direct communication with our customers. And if a vac, and it happens, if a vac clogs, we have the tools, the needle nose pliers. We reach in, we pull the towel out, because it happens. People will try to suck anything up, thinking anything will go up a vacuum hose, and it really won't, right? If it's bigger than the opening, it's probably not going to go in very well. So we utilize and apply every tool possible to deliver that high level of quality service. That's another differentiator between our competitors and Tidal Wave. But it's a great question. It happens, and it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. And we make sure that, and we get to know we hire what's called a site leader. And the site leader actually participates in profits in our car wash. A person who works, whether they've gone to college or not, we put them through Tidal Wave schooling. And that person who will be local here will be working at the car wash. They will know a lot of the people that come into that car wash. And that person works 6 days a week. But a lot of times, if there's a problem, they'll literally hold the wand up like this, and the person's right there and says, "Well, let me take care of that for you." So we do everything we possibly can to make sure we provide quality service. Thank you. Yeah.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Alderman Dupree.
Following up on the maintenance, will you guys be contracting the maintenance out if something goes wrong, since you don't have an office here?
Well, what we do have is we have customer service that is allocated to every division of the company. And so we have in-house personnel that go and fix equipment, and we also contract with service vendors. That we have a service vending company that is exclusive with Tidal Wave Auto Spa. So a couple of things. First of all, our site leader, who I was just mentioning, our site leader during the Tidal Wave training process, They're trained on every single piece of equipment in that wash. They know how that equipment works. They know how to take that piece of equipment apart. They know how to put it together. And we have a workshop built into the building with those pieces of equipment. If a piece of equipment goes down, generally speaking, it's the same piece of equipment that went down on the other 95 car washes, twice last month. So we know what they are. And we keep those parts, pieces at the car wash so that they can be repaired quickly.
Okay, the reason I ask is because of, I will not mention the name, but there is one car wash that has broke down a lot. And it's like pulling teeth to get it fixed.
I know. Look at our website and look at our 5 stars. We have some of the highest ratings in the country in our car wash. You just look at it and see. People, I opened in, my hometown is Pace, Florida, in the Panhandle of Florida. And I opened one there in Pace because I lived there. I had to have a car wash, had to have a tidal wave. So we opened there in Pace, and we went 5 stars straight through our grand opening. And one of the things I forgot to mention, one of the things that we do as well, and I'm just sharing what we do, is we do free car washes to the community for a number of days in a row, where anybody can come, get in line, get a free car wash. The gate's up, you go through, there's no obligation, no nothing. It's just another way that we introduce ourselves to the community. We want to know people by first name basis as much as we can. We train our site leaders in how to do that by recognizing colors or recognizing facial expressions or whatever to acknowledge them by name. We do a lot of things that most car washes don't. In fact, if I really truly believe that if other businesses adopted some of the principles that we do, that they'd be more successful. We do a lot of promotions with Chick-fil-A as well. I'm not, with Chick-fil-A, we give Chick-fil-A in one particular instance, we give them, I think it was 5,000 free $25 coupon car washes for free. And every person who came through Chick-fil-A, they literally asked them, would you like a free car wash at Tidal Wave Auto Spa? And everyone said, of course, thank you. They hand them the free $25 voucher. They don't put it in the bottom of their bag. They hand it to them. So it's very personal. They come to Tidal Wave, they go through the car wash, no obligation. But here's what we found. What we found is they didn't leave Chick-fil-A with the free car wash. They got back in line to get another one. Okay? So, that was like, they called and said, hey, Rick, we're out of coupons. How can you be out of coupons? You've had them for 2 days. Well, the darnest thing happened. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. So, it's just, it's just a great success story. It really is.
Well, you've given us a lot of pros. What are the cons?
Well, I guess the cons would be if Mr. Klein, if truly, respectfully, if there was a concern that, a 20-year-old broken down car wash that's probably going to go out of business anyway, goes out of business 3 months after we open or 6 months, I guess that's a negative. If that's considered a negative, it's not a negative to us.
Right.
But I don't think that is a negative. But I'm just saying, I don't know of a negative.
It wasn't long ago that somebody come in and wanted to open up a car wash. It was just a little handheld car wash.
Handheld?
Next to another one. Handheld. Hand wash. And they stood there and said, we need to open this car wash. And I was not in favor of it. But he said, well, we need competition. That's what America is made for. That's why we need to have as many businesses as we can get. And
It's an interesting model.
It was, what's your son? Mr. Bostic. He come and promoted that, and it got passed because it was competition. Your son said competition. We all need competition. And that's what I think that you're standing there saying competition is what we need.
I'm not saying we need competition.
Well, of course not, but it's, it's the American way, right?
Well, if the city hired a landscape company and the landscape company didn't do a good job, and there was not another landscape company to compete with that to do a better job.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
I was just getting back to the point of, putting other business out of businesses.
yeah, that's not our business model. That's not what we intend to
I
do.
was just making a point.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That
No, I
everybody
understand.
needs an opportunity to grow.
Sure.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Alderman Bostic.
I just wanted to clear that up.
Hey, my memory.
I was waiting for that.
I'm old, so my memory is not so great.
Well, I didn't make those comments, and I did vote against that.
No.
So it had to
your
be
son-
somebody else. I'm just letting you know that wasn't against me. Just want to clear that up.
Does anyone, Alderman Bledsoe?
Chair, what was the staff report on this, and give me the whys and why nots?
Alderman Bledsoe, the staff report was several pages long, and it was very similar to the PowerPoint that I presented tonight. Matter of fact, most of the PowerPoint tonight was taken from that particular staff report. That was the basis for the creation of the PowerPoint. Staff had recommended denial. It's not a position that we have our heels dug in deeply. Obviously, the applicant is presenting a very superior type model, but it does bring out the question, is it going to put out other businesses? How many, and then how long do they sit? Of course, it may not happen that way. The other thing that at least staff would enter at this point would be that regardless of what they said they could do for giving or what they do in the community, that shouldn't be the basis for any decision that you make one way or the other. It should be based on the appropriateness of the land use, whatever you feel that is for that particular location in town. I can't stress that enough.
What was the total, the vote?
Oh, the planning commission recommended denial by a 3-to-1 margin. We had three planning commissioners absent for various reasons that evening.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? I want to compliment Mr. Brown. Every one of us up here and the people in the community know that he has made a goal of his to bring in top-flight quality development on the property that he is handling on the west end of the town. And I can certainly see that he's achieved his goal in this. Thank you, sir. Now, I'm an unabashed capitalist. I make no apologies for having competition. We've never limited restaurants. We've never limited drugstores. We have tried to foster the entrepreneurial spirit here in Horn Lake. And as far as the number of cars from the Mississippi State study, I think every citizen in Horn Lake, when he hits 16, gets an automobile. I don't think it's limited by the number of houses. I think it's limited by the number of drivers that are in there. And all of our car washes, this is kind of just a summary. All of our car washes are not the same kind. We have all different kinds of car washes. You can go put a quarter in, or 50 cents now, or you can go to one at the service station, a convenience store, and go through a short tunnel, or you can go up to others like they're proposing for this. So I certainly appreciate your interest in Horn Lake and for wanting to bring a top quality business.
Thank you, sir.
Into our city.
Thank you.
And for what I've heard, you've always, like going back to Alderman Johnson, not only maintained the equipment, you maintain the grounds.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And that's all I have. Does anybody else have anything, or do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Geis. Oh, Mr. Brown. I am sorry.
No problem. Interestingly, I had planned to introduce Mr. Olson instead of the other way around, but I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry. And I appreciate very much your comments. We have tried to go to extremes to be sure we have a very high quality development at Fountains at Fairfield. And my family and I own HL Ventures, which is the developer of Fountains at Fairfield. Trying to get everyone to go above and beyond has been a little bit of a challenge sometimes. You know, when a real estate agent first contacted me and said, these people are interested, and I said, what kind of use is car wash? And I thought, is this going to be a coin-operated car wash? I don't think so. I think those are all going away, or what is it? Because I'd never heard of Tidal Wave. But I looked at their website, just like Alderman Young did, and I'll tell you, I went through their website and I picked out, I like this on this building, but I like that on that building, and I like that waterfall, and I nitpicked them to death.
Don't say anything, Chris.
But I did. But they agreed to my request to have a superior car wash in terms of building design, in terms of extreme landscaping design. It'll have a water feature to go on with our fountain theme. It is not going to be like any car wash I have ever seen before, and I doubt that you have either. I am very pleased, and I hope that y'all are, that Tidal Wave selected Horn Lake as the first city in this area to have one of their car washes. I think that's an extreme compliment to Horn Lake. And Rick said earlier, if they didn't believe the market was here, they wouldn't be here. And you know, he's driven here from Florida twice now. Last time they had 3 other gentlemen from Baton Rouge with him, Chris Ferrari and a couple other guys, here to answer questions. They wouldn't be doing this if they had any question about whether they can be successful in this market with these demographics and with the competition they have. Now, I'm like y'all, I would have said they have 2 competitors, not 1, but he says really only one of those is a competitor. But when you look at the other car washes, you know, it's a little bit like saying, well, you can't have more than 5 clothing stores. Well, you know, how are you going to do that? You've got men's clothing stores, you've got women's clothing stores, you've got children's clothing stores, you've got used clothing stores, you've got high-end clothing stores, you've got discount clothing stores, all those various things. In car washes, you've got high-end car washes, you've got state-of-the-art car washes, you've got some in town, as everywhere does, that need to be bulldozed, frankly. The equipment wore out a long time ago. They're not being used much. Alderman Johnson, I've had the same experience. You go put your money in and it's gone. Just wasted that money. Hadn't tried it in a while, but, and you know, we talked about the water filtration systems and so forth. I guarantee you those 25, 30-year-old car washes do not have that level of water filtration. This is much better for the environment than those would be. These people, Mr. Olson, Mr. Ferrari, I like to make jokes about Mr. Ferrari's name in the fast car wash, but anyway, these people are the experts on car washes. They've got 95. They plan to be the largest in the country. I thought that was a little ambitious until I looked at their website, and now I'm thinking maybe it's not. I'll tell you frankly, I think the Century Car Wash down here is by far the best car wash I've ever seen. And they assure me that theirs is going to be better. You know, ironically, shortly after I signed the contract with Mr. Olson, I got a call from a different real estate agent wanting a site for a car wash. And I said, well, funny, I just signed a contract for a car wash. And I said, who is yours? And he says, it's Century. And I said, I'm confused. I thought Century was the one 3 miles away. He says it is. And they want another one 3 miles away? Yes. They can't have one because these people hopefully are going to get it. when you're comparing these car washes of the various types that we've got, you're looking at apples and oranges when you're talking about a state-of-the-art car wash. I'm going to call the few hand car washes and so forth, maybe they're oranges. And then you got dinosaurs, and those are the coin-operated ones that are going to go away, and I don't think it's going to make much difference what state-of-the-art car wash comes down. I think they're going to fall into a state of disrepair and be demolished. I understand the one just a little bit north of here is proposed to be demolished, and that a new office building is planned to replace it. And that would be a very positive thing for the city, I think. And I think the same things will happen in some other locations. One thing that, going back to Alderman Johnson's comments about maintenance, these will be staffed. Coin-operated car washes are not staffed, so there are lots of problems that can happen there that do not happen when you've got someone on staff the entire time that they're in operation. I was thinking back and decided to pull out a paper that was written on the history of Horn Lake, and I happened to write that paper in the 8th grade when I had a teacher named Alan Latimer. I won't tell you how long ago that was, because that would date us both. But I look back in that because I vaguely remembered I had talked about businesses in Horn Lake, and some of the businesses that were in Horn Lake in the 1800s and so forth, you had a grist mill and some blacksmith shops and so forth. Well, gee, what happened to the blacksmith shops? Well, you know, horses and buggies kind of went out of style, just like coin-operated car washes are going to go out of style. And there's really not much you can do to prevent that. When somebody comes out with something better, somebody comes out with a better mousetrap, then people want that. They want the latest, greatest technology. You mentioned competition. Mr. Olson was a little shy, I think, about saying that what effect it might have on competitors, but I agree, and I agree with the mayor. You know, competition is the American way, and if they build a better mousetrap or a better car wash, then so be it. Someone will find a better use for a dilapidated car wash than continuing to exist as a dilapidated car wash if it's in a good location. The Mississippi State Report was a threshold analysis. It compared the population of the United States to the number of car washes. And I think that's kind of a silly approach to begin with. I mentioned the Planning Commission that in New York City, not New York State, but New York City, there are about three times as many people in the the city of New York as there are in the entire state of Mississippi. But very few people drive cars because there's nowhere to park cars. So it's a silly analysis to begin with. And then for the other two methods of analysis, he says, well, you know, children don't drive cars, so we'll take out the children and so forth. Well, you get the same result. Of course you do. If he had looked at the number of cars, that might have made a little more sense. But we didn't look at the number of cars. We looked at the number of people. But also, I want you to take note that in that report, the author of the report says that it's not intended to be a comprehensive study. It's a population threshold study. So it's kind of the beginning. These people are the experts, not a professor of agricultural economics at Mississippi State. The car wash people are the experts. They got 95. Got how many in the works? 120 right now. 120. Horn Lake is one of them. Horn Lake's first one in this area. These people are the experts. They know what they're doing. They know what the market will support. If y'all haven't done this, you need to look in the Aldi parking lot and the Kroger parking lot and the Walmart parking lot at how many cars there are with Tennessee tags come down Horn Lake Road, how many cars are with Tunica tags coming from Tunica to shop here. And you'll find my car in the Aldi parking lot shopping at Aldi from Hernando. You do get a number of people from outside. So to look at solely the population of the city limits of Horn Lake and say this is the basis, this is all the customers are, just doesn't make a lot of sense either. The main thing I want to leave with you, though, are some comments on the thought process in getting to the decision. First, that the Planning Commission made, and the decision that I hope that you will make. There were 6 criteria listed. There was no question, apparently in anyone's mind, there's no question in the staff report, that 5 out of 6 of the criteria for conditional use were met. And the one that was in question was whether it was in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And the specific term that was used, that there was market saturation. And I will tell you, I have looked closely at the comprehensive plan, and I see absolutely nothing in it about market saturation. I could not find the words in the comprehensive plan. There are some things in the comprehensive plan, though, that I think you should consider. First of all, in the stated goals and objections, under general goals and objectives, or base goals, there were 6, and one of them is use the comprehensive plan as a basis for developing a forward-looking, not backwards-looking, not back to coin-operated car washes, a forward-looking business/commerce attraction strategy. So a plan that is designed to attract new businesses. In regards to the land use, one of the goals was to emphasize urban design and visual appearance standards. Well, folks, I've never seen a better looking car wash than this. I think it looks a lot better than the rusting coin-operated car washes. The criteria that was mentioned in the motion, and different people read different things different ways and emphasize different parts, but I want to read you what it actually says, and the words are the same. It's just a matter of how you look at these words, I suppose. The goal is to promote the development of an appropriate mix of land use types that is responsive to market preferences. Well, we forgot the being responsive to market preferences. If market preferences are for a Century car wash or a tidal wave car wash, then that is precisely what this says, is being an appropriate mix of land uses types that is responsive to market preferences. It says nothing about saturation. It says nothing about preserving old car washes. To read the entire goal, promote the development of an appropriate mix of land use types that is responsive to market preferences as well as the community's economic development objectives. So let's talk about economic objectives for a second. Mr. Olson has told you that his company is planning to spend about $6 million in Horn Lake on this project. Jim, is there a slide about tax revenue and so forth in there? My recollection is that the personal property tax. That is the tax on the equipment, not the building and the land, but the personal property tax. It was going to be about $15,000 a year on top of the land and the buildings. You've probably got about that much more. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that right. $15,000 a year in personal property taxes. We're going to spend about $3 million on real estate improvements of building and land. They're projecting annual sales of about $2 million a year, and the city's part, not the entire sales tax, but the city's part of that sales tax would be about $15,000 a year. Now, I will tell y'all, I can sell this lot to someone else. It's probably going to delay things for a year. The way commercial things go, there's a long, slow process. So in a year, though, probably something else will go there, probably another fast food, more than likely. And that can happen. But is it going to be something else that's going to generate this kind of personal property taxes is extremely unlikely. You know, kitchen equipment does not cost $2 million. So when you look at the economic development objectives, certainly there are more economic development objectives than simply tax revenues, but I would encourage you to look at the tax revenues. I think that is entirely appropriate under the comprehensive plan. It does provide some employment. I wasn't aware that it could provide employment for special needs persons, but you know, that's certainly an admirable thing that it can. And Mr. Olson has talked about some of the other benefits that they can offer. One other goal from the comprehensive plan that I want to bring to your attention. Another objective on land use. It's number 13. Goal of the comprehensive plan, to encourage and promote the development of upscale retail offerings. Well, an upscale car wash generates tax revenue the same as any other retail business would do. Again, I think you'd be missing a tremendous opportunity if you do not approve this request, and would strongly encourage you to do so. And happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Brown?
Thank you.
I noticed in our packet the staff comments. I know Alderman Bledsoe asked about them a while ago. I said, it is imperative the action be supported by material facts and show the action is supported by the city's comprehensive plan. And I think Mr. Brown did an excellent job in making that presentation. It met most of them. Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Or is someone ready to make a motion? Alderman Geis.
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, this is a conditional use permit.
Oh, it's public hearing. That's right. Thank you. It's now open. Anyone have any comments from the audience? Mr. Francis J. Miller. Citizen.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. My name is Francis J. Miller, voting citizen of the city of Horn Lake for 13 years, and I thank the board, the mayor, for giving me an opportunity to speak publicly in a conditional use situation. I want to point out a couple, and I did attend the public hearing portion of the same case in the Planning Commission. I want to point out a couple things. The Planning Commission is an appointed position, not elected by approximately 27,700 citizens according to the United States Census of 2020. Therefore, whatever decision was made at the Planning Commission were appointed decisions. That's the way it's supposed to be. But when there is a decision to go for another decision, you go before the board, which is here. There was one other thing I want to point out in the first hearing. The Planning Commission consists of 7 votes and a chairman, a total of 8 people. That particular situation that night, we're missing 2 votes. So even you didn't have the potential of the best decision in the first place. Now, tonight, I am very proud that we have a full voting board of 7 and a mayor. Maximum decision can be made. That I am thankful for. Now, my personal position on this case is, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I will support with my whole heart whatever decision is made by 7 votes tonight, representing the elected vote of 27,700 people, and I accept whatever decision happens tonight by the elected people.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Does anyone else? Mr. George? Evening, sir.
How you doing? Need my name and address?
No, sir.
Okay. I just have one question I'd like to ask. Do you have a life expectancy on this business? In other words, how long would this business be before it turns into coin operated? I mean, like you're talking about, this business taking place as the coin operated car washes. How long will it be? How long do you expect this business to last in as fast as the market and everything's moving today?
Well, so the answer would be that we will continue to reinvest dollars back into the business as over the years as we need to continually upgrade any equipment as new technology comes out. So I will say this car wash will outlive everybody in this room.
Okay. That'll work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. George. Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
And some of us will be
Anyone
short.
else? Anyone? All right, going to close it. Public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the conditional use for Tidal Wave Car Wash, case number 2063CU.
With the conditions set on page 3 of in the packet.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis to approve the request for the Fair Meadows Tidal Wave Car Wash, and he wished to add the conditions that are stated on my page number 3 in this. Is that what you're talking about, sir? If approved, the applicant, developer, owner shall proceed to the next step. No. In the developmental entitlement process, including platting and site plan and design review. The hours of operation will be from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. All federal, state, county, and city requirements shall be met. Is that what you're referring to? Those?
Yes, sir. I believe this is just we're approving the conditional use. There's still other stuff that would have to be approved, I think.
There's items A through G, I believe.
Page 6.
Page 6.
The requested hours were 8 to 9.
Okay, I got you there. I'm on the right page with you now, Alderman. I'm on the right, I was looking at the other one, the earlier one. So those are the ones you are proposing to be attached to your motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
The ones on page 6?
Page 6, items A through G.
A through, thank you, sir. All right, we have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Young. Do we have any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Geis. Sorry, Alderman Bostic.
Nay.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the quality development also. Y'all want to take a break and stretch your legs about 10 minutes?
We
Wanted to
would
thank you
really
all
like a
so much. Thank
sit-down
you.
restaurant in that area.
Yeah.
In Ward 1, we would love a sit-down restaurant.
Catfish, and it sells itself.
Mr. Bill, did you want to publicly admit how much your mother helped you on that paper that you turned down?
I was reading it, and I was thinking, I think I took a few liberties, and couldn't read my handwriting.
Good night, Mr. Olson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tell Mr. Ferrari good night, too.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good night, guys. Thank you.
You're more functional.
I gotta stand up.
Now, 7262 Memphis. Okay, 2 minutes and 41
I got one of them traveling record cars.
They had 10 points.
Are we in the black or what?
I can't hear you. You're in the black. Cincinnati red. No, you're in the blue.
I don't know what they're doing now, last I heard. Somebody said he was back now. But anyway, thank y'all for inviting. Well, Billy, I I really wasn't for the car wash. When he said all that stuff. What's that? It's the first Saturday. No, second Saturday. Why don't you stay up? This was the second Saturday and third. Okay. Yeah. Second Saturday, was that what we just? I've done that before. Won't do it again though. With Saturday weekend. But the second Saturday of every month, leave and have breakfast.
Yeah, we use that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just come by. I've been there, I've been there a couple times. I've been there one time. I got money tonight. I need to come back. It's almost. Well, do you have bacon? That's all I need to know. Yeah, they have bacon and eggs. What day? Great. It was all there. Everything I did do it, I was glad to hear it. Hey there, how are you?
Oh, I thought about that.
Does that say 149 or wait for? I got mine on still. Oh, Cincinnati, they got on ESPN Plus. That's one of the biggest games of our thing, and they showed no respect. We beat Houston.
We got a meeting,
Cincinnati was really good.
yeah.
Yeah, they're number 3 or 4. Only beating is Houston and SMU. Oh, no, ain't nobody but Houston. But they're ranked number 7, we beat them. But most of the year, we ain't been hurt. Yeah. Or it's cold. You doing good, man. Oh, man, yeah, hey. You know, years ago, I started when the state, we did it at our, yeah, they come up and say, oh, I see you. Yeah, it's good to meet you. Yeah, I'm about here. That's what I'm talking about. And we had a good time, and then all of a sudden it changed. You know what he was saying for the state? Yeah, we are. Back people don't make that. I'll tell when you come. That's where that went. Back people don't make that. Well, maybe we can come back over here and do North Tag. They came in the other day, today, the Woodard was on the ambulance. She said, this is little. That's good. Well, I hope they enjoy it. That's a lot of money for them. Little cheap. Man. I said, you know that little fat. Because all the way up, that's the chain he got bigger for me. And I had big chief. That big chief, he's middle chief, that's little chief. I was like, it's a different trouble. I said, the way I took that, it's a fat deal. I ain't gonna lie. That ought to help a little bit more than one of those $5. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
You gotta make that bigger. We need a magnifying glass.
So he was car wash in town, put a big, lifted their golf big, they got a big.
That's Terry Old.
The ball game.
He's talking about 74. He's full of crap. Unless he's ahead of us.
Yeah, we know he went to Catholic school. He can't add as a credit.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, how are you?
Thank y'all for all y'all do for all of us. Thank y'all so much. Thank the board.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he done moved way over. Yes, she got promoted tonight. He moves up another bar. I said, hey, you all right?
The next one's not a fun.
Be good, sir. How you doing? Good to see you tonight.
You thawed out from Saturday, Mr. Francis? Mr. Francis, have you warmed up from Saturday?
I woke up.
Warm. Have you got?
I sat in the car most of the time, watching you freeze.
I knew I shouldn't have asked you anything.
18 of 19 free throws. That's unbelievable. I said, they ain't made 18 free throws all year.
Freezing, I should have brought my jacket.
Everybody ready? We're back. Mr. Chad, on planning, letter B, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Alderman. One comment on that last case. I'd like to compliment everybody that participated in that because that was an excellent exercise in community planning. And so I commend everybody on that. Sometimes it takes a long time to get through that stuff, but that was an excellent exercise in being very deliberate on the question before you. So I praise you and commend you for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that very thorough report also, sir.
All right, thank you. Yes, moving on to this next agenda item. This is case 2067. It's a request for a final plat of the subdivision named the I-55 Horn Lake Distribution Center to be located generally south of Payne Road and east of Hurt Road in Horn Lake. It's by the Huntington Industrial Properties as the developer, Margot Calvi Stover and Frank V. Calvi owners, and Lee Davidson with the Reeves Firm Incorporated as the engineering company. It's for land that's zoned C1, C3, and M1 and consists of approximately 43 acres plus or minus. Additionally, the Horn Lake Planning Commission considered that case during their January 31st meeting, and they recommended to this board of approval of the plat by a 4-0 margin. Jim's already had me. He's doing great. So basically, just a little bit, some keynotes from the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations about subdivision plats. This is considered, even though it's only 3 lots that's proposed, it's considered a major subdivision because there are public improvements that are being requested with the plat. That would be a new road. So therefore, it falls into the definition of a major subdivision. Next slide. So being a major subdivision, there was a preliminary plat that was considered previously, and so the final plat is before you tonight. I'll just read here at the very bottom of this particular slide, section 3433 from the subdivision regulations. It says a final plat shall not be recorded until 1, all required improvements have been completed and inspected by the city, and a final resolution authorizing acceptance of the improvements has been acted upon by the mayor and board of aldermen, or 2, a performance surety for the entire cost, i.e. a full letter of credit is required for the improvements, has been posted. So I just do that as a matter of record. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So yes, here this slide shows the final plat layout. Again, I said it's about 43 acres in size. Proposed number of lots is 3. No designated 100-year floodplain is at play, and that's positive. A new public road is proposed. The suggested name is Logistics Avenue. That's been run through DeSoto County GIS for duplication. And so that road is, from their standpoint, is an available road name as Logistics Avenue. Water is supplied by the Horn Lake Water Association and sewer by the city of Horn Lake. There is I think there's still some discussion on one of those factors for lot 3 because it's kind of on the edge, on the border between the two furnishing jurisdictions. And I said earlier, the zoning is C1, C3, and M1. You'll see with this particular slide, there was some issues brought up at the Planning Commission meeting. The one arrow here, it's shown in green. It's really hard to see that because it's so narrow, but actually that's actually a part, it's kind of like a panhandle, if you will, of part of lot number 3. And one of the issues discussed at the Planning Commission meeting is that would be basically absorbed by the expansion of the road right-of-way. And that's something that the applicant is agreeable to. Another thing that was talked about at the Planning Commission meeting was to extend the proposed cul-de-sac and then also flip the cul-de-sac from now where it lies up in the majority of Lot 3. It would have extended about 300 to 350 feet to the east and then flipped to on the south side. So it would take up its bulk, if you will, out of lot number 2. And that was also agreeable for the applicant. And the reason that staff had recommended that, engineering staff and planning staff had concurred with that, is that there was the potential, there's a road, a private road that would go beyond the cul-de-sac as you see there, and it could become a subject for dispute for maintenance in the future, you know, some point down the line. But extending the public road portion would eliminate that potential problem. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission went through several things that are required of the subdivision regulations. They had to do with signatures and certificates and seals that are required on a plat. There was some talk about as I just mentioned, the maximum cul-de-sac length, which actually, as proposed even in the previous slide, was above the maximum. So there's a thing that they weighed in their discussions. That would be something you'd have to weigh as well, as whether to extend it beyond the maximum length that it's already at. Staff is okay with doing that, and that is also acceptable to the applicant. Next slide, please. There was some discussion on the proposed easements for utilities, and the applicant did supply to staff today where they're showing a rendition where the utility easements would be furnished for the plat, and that was very good. I didn't have a chance to incorporate that latest addition into this PowerPoint. That item number 3 there on that slide is the road name, which I'd already discussed, as Logistics Avenue. Next slide, please. I won't go through all of this. There was some letters from Neil Schaefer from January 12th on a letter that had some points of I don't know, I wouldn't say contention, but things to be aware of. But those were discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, and the applicant is agreeable to those. Next slide, please. So in the end, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the request, and they passed that motion by a 4-0 margin before you, with the following conditions attached to it. There's 4 of them. Letter A, all required signatures, certificates, and seals shall be provided on final plat signature page or pages. B, all required bonding / performance surety for improvements shall be supplied, and public improvements shall be installed per City Code Chapter 34 subdivisions, Article 4, required minimum improvements, sections 34-86 and 34-87 respectively. Letter C, meet, change, and update all other items from the January 12th, 2022 dated letter from Greg Russell of the Neil Schaefer Engineering Firm, except for a 3rd item, which deals with off-street parking, which will be addressed during the review of site plan and design review cases numbers 2068 and 2069 respectively. And D, conduct a traffic study. The traffic study has been supplied to engineering staff, and they have reviewed that. And the other items, I believe the applicant is already working on in due time. Note, other motions may be created or this one modified at the discretion of the board, but remember, when doing so, please include a basis for doing that. And that would conclude staff's presentation unless you'd have any questions.
Anyone on the board have any questions, comments for Mr. Chad?
Mayor.
Alderman Young.
We, or the staff asked, the commissioners asked for a traffic study, right?
Yes, it was a requirement that item D there, Alderman Young, that was an added condition by the Planning Commission, and that's what was seen here. And since that time, actually, I think the applicant already had the traffic study done because they supplied traffic numbers, and that's been forwarded on to engineering staff. Yes.
So they're moving forward with the traffic study as we speak?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Chad? So staff recommendation was approval, and one of the conditions was the traffic study, and the applicant is doing a traffic study?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's my understanding, is that the Planning Commission added that condition to the request, that the applicant perform a traffic study of the use that could be generated. In a way, it was also added to the site plan design review cases, which were cases 2068, 2069, just to make sure that any road improvements would be needed, at least that the engineering staff could look at it and make that determination. In talking to engineering staff, I think they'd already looked at numbers and they'd come to the conclusion that an improvement on Hurt Road would not be necessarily required for the traffic that could be generated by the two warehouses that are proposed for lots 2 and 3. It's unknown at this time what lot number 1 could be developed into the future. So that's my understanding. But Planning Commission still just wanted to make double sure that that was considered. And so that's why they added that particular condition on the recommendation of approval.
Mr. Vince, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Y'all did not initially think a traffic study was needed?
No, sir. We're looking at the traffic study that was done by a third party and checking it to make sure that it does meet, traffic standards as far as developing that study and trip generation and all that kind of thing. So we're just reviewing the traffic study that's been done.
Thank you, sir. Yes. And Mr. Chad, this public road they're going to construct, the applicant will pay for the construction of the road according to city specifications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Per normal city policy, an improvement like that would be required of the developer / applicant, and then that would have to be built to city standards, which we have those. The city staff standards are adopted, and that would be inspected to make sure that they're built. And if they're built to the standards, then that would be basically dedicated to the public, and it would be a public road then.
What, it takes 1 year, Mr. Vince, for us to take it over, to accept the road?
To accept
for it to become, the applicant's going to build it.
Right.
Are they going to be responsible for the first year, and then the city assume ownership of the road?
Well,
are they going to bond it? Or?
It would be required to be bonded, but once it's built, it's going to be built to its full pavement capacity. So once they finish and ask for a inspection, we can do final inspection. If it's good, then the board can, accept it.
All right, thank you, sir. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Chad or Mr. Vince? Is anyone representing the applicant? Oh, would you come forward, please, and just give your name for the records here?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Alderman, I'm Jim Shumpert with the Reeves Firm, 6800 Poplar Avenue in Memphis. We've been working past several weeks closely with Mr. Barr on this, and we've made most of the changes, if not all the changes, to the final plat. It was done very recently, and I have a print of it, but we didn't get it to Mr. Barr in time for it to be included in his presentation. But we're in agreement with all of the conditions that were imposed, and we understand that this will be a public road, complete with a sidewalk on one side. And other than that, I'm just here to answer any questions you might have.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Schubert? Alderman Young.
How wide is that road going to be down through there? Let's see. Because with tractor trailers, I think it needs to be a little excessive.
It is a 50-foot right-of-way, which I
50
believe,
foot from curb to curb?
Well, it's a 50-foot right-of-way. I believe it would be, that means it would be a 30-foot curb-to-curb road.
30 foot?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask Mr. Barr, is that pretty standard, Mr. Chad, Mr. Malavasi, is that pretty standard?
Yes, sir, it is. The main thing I think we'd probably look at is turning radiuses within that area to make sure that they've got adequate turning space for that size vehicle.
Which is at the end of the cove that we've discussed.
Yes, and at the entrance, any entrance.
Right. And we're not gonna allow any tractors or trailers to be parked or staged on that street, correct?
It would not be advisable. I think there's going to be adequate spacing in each for lots 2 and 3 for the parking of tractor trailers. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go to the step of, not allowing the tractor trailers to be parked along the road, but I would not recommend it at that width. It needs to be basically just, two lane and with no parking on either side.
Okay, can we, Mr. Billy, can we put that in there that the signs, no tractor trailer parking on either side?
You can impose conditions on a subdivision application.
Okay.
Alderman Bledsoe.
I couldn't hear real good. Vince, did you say they're gonna have turning lanes on Nail Road? Because if they pull over there and stop, that's gonna back up traffic all the way to Gooden. Or not, they don't have turning lanes, or, because the 18-wheelers take up quite a bit of space on Nail Road.
Yeah, I'd have to defer that. I haven't seen the traffic study personally, so I don't know what they've recommended at this point. Do you know what they're saying as far as?
I haven't seen the actual traffic study, but I've heard that the recommendation was that there were no improvements to Hurt Road that were needed.
Because when school lets out, you got a lot of traffic down through there, and that's barely good enough for cars.
Yeah, and that's some of the things we'll be looking at, is making sure that, the trip generation is adequate in that traffic study.
So you can do that later, add to it. Okay.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Mr. Schubert, did you have any other remarks?
No, sir.
Mr. Chad, Mr. Vince, y'all have anything?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Schubert. Yes. Thank you.
Mayor. I want to ask David, is that all right for your fire trucks?
Yeah, it'll be fine, whatever.
Okay, I just don't want a narrow street where you can't get that big fire truck down through there.
We do that, no parking.
All right.
We're good.
Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
I make a motion to approve the conditional use of the plat, the final plat for the Huntington Industrial Properties as written, with adjustments to the signs, the no parking signs.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Klein. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Mr. Schubert. Look forward to it, sir. All right. Number 6, new business. Letter A. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
I'd like to request confirmation appointment of Mr. William Bill Mercer to the Ward 4 member of the Planning Commission due to the resignation of Mr. George Dixon.
I'll second, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion by Alderman Young. We have a second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
is Mr. Dixon okay?
Mr. Dixon has COPD extremely bad, and he has a difficult time breathing when he's up here, and he coughs a lot, and he can't hear what's going on, and he interrupts the meeting, and he just feels like he's slowing the board down.
Okay.
But I do want to commend Mr. Dixon for all the service he's done to this board and the Planning Commission. He's a very vibrant individual in this community, and I just appreciate him so much. So,
Yeah. Yes.
thank you.
We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any more discussion? Roll call, please, sir.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Can I see your agenda, please, sir? Just a moment. Mine's buried in here somewhere. All right. We're on letter B then. Do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Dupree.
Guys.
This
Alderman Geis, I'm sorry.
I make a motion to approve the use of Latimer Lakes Park for 2 disc golf tournaments on March 26, 2022, and September 10th, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis, a second by Alderman Bledsoe. Mr. Drew, all the insurance and everything lined up?
Yes, sir. Everything's been turned in.
You don't have any problem hosting this?
Well, I won't be hosting. This will be hosted by 1010 Disc Golf.
Yeah, but that'll be on your ballywick over there. You okay with it?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any discussion?
Mayor.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Drew, we gonna get any money out of this thing?
Yes, sir. We do. For every entry, $1 will go to the city. Normally, these tournaments have about 100 to 200 people in them.
Okay, I just wondered.
Good question. Any more questions or discussion? Roll call, please, sir.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Letter C. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
I move that we request to approve the updated contract with Argo Entertainment for the July 2nd, 2020 fireworks and Magnolia Fest event in May.
We have a motion by Alderman Johnson,
Second.
second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Alderman Dupree.
How long have we been using Argo?
Sir?
How long have we been using Argo?
I can guess, but Mr. Argo's here. He can maybe answer that better than I'm going to guess about 10 years, maybe.
About 10 years, I believe.
We have the distinguished person present with us. Thank you, sir.
Thinking about opening a car wash.
What'd you say?
I'm thinking about opening a car wash. I certainly learned a lot about them tonight. But about 10 years.
Okay. Have we ever, no disrespect, but have we looked at other folks to get a bid? Do you bid this out, or how does this work?
Normally, Mr. Argo comes here. He was here before I was, believe it or not. And it comes with his proposal and breaks it down, and then the board votes on it.
I just didn't know how this works because, usually we get bids.
Sure, for fireworks only. And this is more of production for the city. It includes fireworks as well. That's just one aspect of what I do for these events.
Okay.
So if the city were to get bids for fireworks, then, in my experience with the other cities that I work with too, they're costly anyway. But it's become advantageous for the city to accept a contract with someone like myself to plan the whole event, do all the promotions for the event, the staging, the entertainment, the vendors, and the fireworks.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Anything else, Alderman?
No, sir.
Okay. Alderman Johnson.
Mr. Argo, what other events do you handle? Other places?
So we do 4th of July, around 4th of July for Olive Branch, South Haven, we have for Hernando, and then here in Horn Lake as well. Okay. In addition to events at Graceland.
And for those who, I think everybody just about knows, Mr. Argo has a Sirius radio station on Elvis.
Yeah.
I'm sure your wife's probably seen him up there.
You an Elvis fan? Oh, you work there?
For years now.
Okay.
As long as he don't break out in Hunka Burning Love.
That's my favorite song.
Hey, it's a good one.
Are there any other questions, discussion? Mr. Billy.
Mr. Argo, I think I saw a slight price increase this year. You want to
Yes, sir.
tell them about that so there's no surprises?
Sure. Across the board with fireworks is a 25% increase, just like everything else. A lot of that has to do with the shipping and the product. And then the other part of that increase is we've made the show bigger this year. This will be the biggest fireworks show Horn Lake's ever had.
Yeah. So our cost, I think, is in recent years has been $10,000, but
Yes,
it
sir.
looks like it's going to be $13,000 this year.
I think, is it 13? I think it's up to 15. I think it's where we're at with the $2,500 increase and the $2,500 $2,500 increase, and then adding $2,500 to the show.
Okay.
So this will be the biggest fireworks show we've ever had.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Mr. Bledsoe, Alderman Bledsoe.
I have been talking to someone that we know pretty well, and he said he would probably give $10,000 to help offset some of this stuff. So I'm working on that to help the city, help you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman.
Yeah, that's, we will be receiving $10,000 from an individual to boost up this to $25,000 this year, so.
To boost it up or to help defray the cost?
Whichever way you want to defray it, but I'm thinking his statement was to exasperate it, just explode it even bigger. But I don't know,
So that'll be an issue to be decided with the board and Mr. Argo and this anonymous donor?
Well, he told me it would probably be for the fireworks show.
Right.
So the issue before us right now is, does the board wish to approve the contract with Mr. Argo for his fireworks, for all the carnival coming in, all the entertainment? Yeah. Do we have a motion?
We have a motion and a second already, Mayor.
Who made the motion?
Alderman Johnson, second.
That's right.
Alderman Bledsoe.
I'm sorry, thank you. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Look forward to a really good production.
Thank you.
As always, Mr. Argo. And thanks for having the military band last year.
We'll bring it back sometime.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. The next one is about the road striping, which desperately needed. Thank you, Alderman Bostic, for pointing that out at the last meeting. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
I'd like to request to accept the bid and award the street striping contract to Riverside Traffic Systems Incorporated in the amount of $23,370. And also like to add to that, on our packet that Vince sent out, it's not only going to take care of Nell Road from the railroad tracks to Hurt Road and Horn Lake Road from Nell Road to Church, but it's going to finish up the intersection east of 51 on Nell Road Extended, correct? Is that correct?
East of 51.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right there at Nell Road Extended, right where the 3 lanes come in, and then the intersection there at 2 lane and Nell Road.
All right, we have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Klein. Do we have any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Moving on, it's a request to approve the revised employment application. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
I'd like to request a motion to approve the revised employment application.
Have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Mayor.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
is this application going to be used by everybody, or is the police department still going to have their own, since it needs to be more in-depth?
It was my understanding that it is. Is that correct, Chief Ryle?
Ours is separate?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Ours will still be separate.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right. Letter F. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the January 27th, 2022 letter of agreement with Neil Schaefer for engineering services for the EWP NRCS project NR 224423XXXXC007 with survey phase services lump sum fee of $3,300, design phase services hourly not to exceed $19,875, and the construction phase services hourly not to exceed $18,450.
Second.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis, a second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Letter G, do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
I'd like to request to approve the February 2nd, 2022 letter of agreement with Neil Schaefer Incorporated for engineering services for the Nail Road Water Treatment Plant upgrade with design engineering services lump sum fee of $145,800 and construction engineering resident project representative services lump sum of $84,400.
I second, Mayor.
We have a motion by Alderman Johnson. We have a second by Alderman Dupree. Do we have any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Robinson.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right, number 7, citizens' remarks. Do we have any?
No, sir.
Good. We can move on down. Mr. Francis, you must have been asleep when you came in. No, so you didn't.
3 minutes? Moving on.
No.
Next.
Number 8. I'd like to request for the board to approve me travel expenses and lodging, food to Jackson, Mississippi for Thursday night and coming back Friday morning to meet with Representative Hale and the chairman of the local and private committees in the Senate and in the House.
So moved.
All right, motion by Alderman Young, second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you very much, really. And of course, I want to thank everybody for the coat giveaway. Thank Mr. Wilson for supplying them all, the police, Public Works, Park, Fire Department for showing up out there and helping and showing the colors to our citizens, so to speak. All right. Senate Bill 2095, that's marijuana. It's been passed by the House, Senate, and signed by the governor. It's 445 pages. There's a lot of issues in there. I think Alderman Young has was talking to me earlier. I don't know if y'all have had a chance to read it. I haven't. Y'all mind if Alderman Young gives us a brief thing, some issues we might be facing on this thing? Mm-hmm. Could you, Alderman Young, just briefly, do you mind?
Thank you, sir. As we know, the House and Senate passed it. It took a year and a half, and the governor did sign it into law. And a couple of things it is really almost 500 pages when you get all the fluff in there. But some things that affect us, and the whole bill is going to affect us, but the big thing that's going to affect us is that the first thing is that we're going to have 90 days from the day that the governor signed it into law, which was February 2nd. So we have 90 days to opt either in or out of this bill. My personal thought is that we probably need to opt out at first to let them work the kinks out. We can always opt in later. But if we opt in and there's kinks that go sideways, we can't back up. We can't move back. That's just my first thought. It does allow for municipalities and counties to enact ordinances or regulations that are not in conflict with the act. So if they come in here, which they did, and they said that you can't have this dispensary within 1,000 feet of this, that, and the other, we can increase that to 1,500 or 2,000 or 2,500 or whatever we want. We can increase it. We can't move it back. We can't move the bar backwards. So that's something to think about. It can't be close to a boundary of any school, church, child care facility. It just can't be that. I was reading into it, a couple of other things. I don't even think it needs to be close to a convenience store or a liquor store. It needs to be set differently. It needs to be set off to its side. There was even a recommendation that maybe we just need to look at certain zoning in the city for this particular type of environment. In the M zone, we have our tattoo parlors in certain zones and things like that. Other cities are moving into the direction where they're putting these dispensaries only in the medical district. We don't per se have a medical district, but we can bring that down into a closed environment. I'm not against people that need this. There are some people that are laying in bed right now that might be watching this that really need this product. But I do think that we need to control it here in the city of Horn Lake as best as we can. Yeah, it is tax revenue, but that's not important to me. What's important is that if people need it, they can get it, and the people that don't want to be influenced by it don't have to see it. Because it's definitely a very, very contentious subject. I also think that looking in here, that the use of medical cannabis is going to be prescribed by a doctor. I feel that maybe we need to look at, and I'm not saying tonight, I'm saying these are just, we got this 90-day window to look at this and then discuss it. That we don't allow pop-up medical facilities to pop up into Horn Lake and just come to Horn. Alabama is riddled with them. They didn't think about that. You go down through Alabama, going to the coast, going to Gulf Shores as we do, and you just see billboards and signs, and all these doctors' offices are on TV trying to get you to come in and get a medical card. They're not interested in buying it from the dispensary. They just want to get out of jail ticket. That's all they want. So, there needs to be some controls and things. I would highly ask that every member of this board, I'm sure Mr. Billy has reviewed it as best as possible. Like I say, it's just, the language is just really arduous. It's just really difficult. But you can go on to Legal Scan and pull down the basic 101 of it, and it will tell you in about 8 pages what the deal is. Breaks it down into what I like to call the redneck understanding. Even I can understand it. But I think Senator Blackwell did an amazing job on this. It's just what he did, how in the world he come up with it. The rest of the committee did a great job, and we just need to do our due diligence as a board to move forward on this and to make sure that we do our, because we only get one shot at this. It's not something we can crawfish on. We just get one shot.
Thank you, sir. I've always been leery of a bill that big. What's hiding in it? What's hiding in 445 pages? But I thank you. I caught you cold on that, but I knew you read that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Billy had told us last time we had, started from the governor signed it. And so I just wanted everybody to be aware. And you said, where can they get that?
It's called Legal Scan. You can just go on Google, and anybody out there in public can go look at it. Just
Legal Scan?
Legal Scan, yes, sir. LEGISCAN. Or you can just go type in Mississippi marijuana bill, and it'll pull up, and the language will be there. Just be careful you don't hit print to 500 pages, that you just get the condensed version.
I'm just curious. I would assume you have to be a medical doctor, like nurse practitioners cannot,
No, I have to be a medical doctor.
medical doctor,
A current practicing medical doctor currently.
currently practicing. Alderman Bledsoe.
Once you sign on this, how long does it last? Do you have to be on it forever?
Yes.
If you sign, I mean, once you sign, it's out of your hands, and you
Well,
can't
that's
turn it
why-
down later on.
Yeah, that's why we really gotta structure this thing before we.
I just wondered
That's what I'm
before
saying,
you
if we
do
opt
it.
out, we got time. We got time to structure this thing, because we can always opt in. But if we
Can-
opt in tonight, we're not gonna be able to opt out if we don't like it.
Can the new governor do away with it if when he came in the
No.
office? I mean, it's there, period.
It's there, it's a law.
All right.
I would just imagine the reason they say if you're in, because people will come and construct buildings and everything. You just can't be opening them and closing them like that. Anybody else have any comments or anything?
Mayor.
Alderman Johnson.
Mr. Campbell, do you have anything to add to that? What are your thoughts?
Not a lot tonight, Alderman Johnson. One of the things the mayor alluded to, I thought it was going to be 90 days from July 1, which is when most bills go into effect, but it's 90 days from February 2nd, which comes out to be May 3rd.
That's correct.
So if we're going to opt out, we've got to do it by vote by May 3rd at the latest, which happens to be a board meeting night. I certainly wouldn't advise y'all to wait until May 3rd to make that decision. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is even if you opt out, there's a provision in the bill for what's called an indirect referendum. Yes. So if 1,500 qualified electors of the city of Horn Lake sign a petition asking for this to be legalized, then we would have to hold an election on the issue. And, if more people voted for it in that election, we would be opted in by vote at that point. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about a little bit is we're actually talking about 3 entities in this bill. Most of y'all are thinking about where you buy it, and those are called the dispensaries. We can also regulate what they call the cultivators, the folks who grow it. And after it gets grown, it goes to a processor, so you can regulate the processing companies as well. So you can opt out of all 3 of those if you want to, or just 1 or 2 of them if you wanted to. So those are other things you need to be thinking about as we get closer to May.
Thank you very much, sir. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Alderman Geis.
It would seem like in the interim, it might be good for us to start looking at how we would want to zone that and regulate that if we're all in agreement that we want to approve it before May 3rd too. I don't know how everybody else is going to vote, but when 75% or more of or whatever they were, voted to approve the state amendment, I would think that it's not going to take much for citizens to get a referendum up to have a vote. So we might want to start looking at those things.
Cost us money.
Yeah, having a special election for something that we may have already thought we were going to approve once we got the regulations down, it might be good to try to get that down before May 3rd.
Concur.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Mr. Billy? Anybody?
No, sir.
All right. Review of the SPOA contract / start time for the animal shelter, step 1. Alderman Geis, you've been a leader in this process. Do you mind giving us an update? Because I have no clue.
Yes, sir. Our committee has met a couple of times, just knocking around ideas and what we want to do. And basically, all we're doing now is waiting for the Sheltered Planners of America to give us a date that they will be here to start the needs assessment. So once we have that date, then we'll let everybody that's a participant in that process know so we can all be here.
So the board doesn't need to make any decisions tonight?
No, sir. After we get that needs assessment, then we would have to review it and then decide if we want to move on to phase 2.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions or comments for Alderman Geis or the committee that did the work? All right. Department head correspondence. Chief Ryle, do you have anything for the board, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything tonight.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have questions? Alderman Geis.
I had a call from a citizen of Ward 1 requesting extra patrols in Willow Point. They're thinking they're seeing criminal activity at the usual location, and they requested some extra patrol.
Anyone else? Alderman Klein.
Yeah, Chief, how's the hiring of the code enforcer coming along?
It's work in progress. We got a limited number of applications in. We got one that looks really promising, that's going through the process right now. So we'll see how that plays out, and hopefully we'll have at least one coming before y'all here real soon.
So right now, we have what?
Two
Two?
opening. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
I will add to that, we're still waiting on our vehicles too, though, which is gonna be an issue if we were to hire the two. Right now, we don't have a vehicle for them, so, at last check, we were told by Ford that, it's probably gonna be sometime July, possibly even August, before those hit the lot here.
Right at the new budget year. Mr. Box, you have anything for the board, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything.
Anyone have questions for Mr. Box?
I just want to say, thank you. You've stepped up, took the ball, and ran with it. And we really appreciate that. Part of the job.
Thanks to all of our departments for the wonderful job they did during that ice storm we had. They had the roads cleared and services going. Remarkable. Thank you.
Mayor,
Alderman Bledsoe.
how far are they behind on picking up? I know it's a ton of it, picking up all this limbs and stuff.
There is a lot out there still left to get picked up. I did some riding around looking at it today, and Waste Connections is doing what they can, but there's still a lot to get up.
Mayor, do we have any money that we might be able, I bet you can't find one, to help out to get some of this stuff off the street? Cause it's
From what I'm sorry, I thought you were through. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll just keep moving.
Me too. From what I understand, or what I was told, is that they really haven't got any trucks they can rent. That Memphis Light, Gas, and Water really just pulled everything up. Is that still the situation, Mr. Box, with Waste Connections?
I don't know about the trucks being rent. There's nothing to rent or anything like that. But as far as our truck's in the shop. It's it's old and it's been in the shop quite a few different times, and it's in the shop now. We're waiting for it to get out so that we can do a little bit of our own picking up with it. But we only have the one truck, and like I said, there's some problems with it now. So we're hoping to get it back this week.
Thank you, sir. But that's what I heard. Is that what you heard, Mr. Jim? They couldn't get their hands on the extra truck?
Mr. Rick with Waste Connections, he called all over trying to rent additional trucks for themselves, and he could not find any because they've been snatched up from different entities. So they did try, but could not find additional trucks.
Mayor, I also talked to Bob Jarman today with the county, because I was going to see if I could borrow one of their trucks. They borrow stuff from us, so I was going to try to borrow one from them. All their trucks are busy, so they don't have one to spare either.
He wouldn't lend us a truck?
He said he's got all his trucks out rolling.
remind me next time he wants to borrow that ditch cutter.
Right.
Please. But if he doesn't have them, he doesn't have them. All right, anybody else have any questions or comments for Mr. Box? Chief Limbaugh, do you have anything from the board, sir?
I do not, Mayor. I don't have anything else.
Anyone have questions or comments for Chief Limbaugh? Take care of your cut, Chief.
Oh, I'm good.
Mr. Drew, you have anything for the board?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. I don't have anything tonight.
Anyone for Mr. Drew? Mr. Vance, do you have anything for the board, sir?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions, comments from Mr. Malavasi? Mr. Chad, do you have anything else, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, excuse me. Two items regarding the medical marijuana bill. I just urge the board, if it feels compelled to opt in or whatever, that time is of the essence there, especially from a zoning perspective. That way, if we need to make any adjustments, we would if we opt in to the zoning ordinance, and just to be thinking about those, so we can do that ahead of a time, so we can be ready to go come like July 1st. That's the first one. And the second one is the next planning commission meeting will be February the 28th. We'll have several items on the agenda, and some of those will be making their way to you in the month of March.
Thank you, sir. Anyone have any questions, comments? Alderman Geis.
I just want to thank you for the professional quality presentations. It helps us make easier decisions and be more knowledgeable. It's refreshing.
Well, thank you, Alderman Geis. I'm really enjoying the employment here. It's when I came out of college, I wanted to be a city planner, and I ended up working for several counties, which was fine or whatever. But it was always my kind of career arc, if you will, or goal to come back to a city. And I'm thrilled to be here. And there's a lot of good things happening, and we've got a lot of stuff coming that some of it could be difficult decisions or whatever, how you want to decide. But it's very exciting from a development standpoint.
Thank you so much. You put in a lot of hours. Thank you, sir. Plays the trumpet, too. Did you have something? Alderman Dupree.
Hey, Mr. Chad, did you get an email back from that GXO company?
Alderman Dupree, no, we have gotten no response to that so far. Typically on something like that, I would give a party probably like a week or so. I don't know if it's been a week yet or not. I don't think quite so, but for a response, and then once that week or so goes by, I'll follow up to see if they have any thoughts or one way or the other as far as the improvement on the south side facade, as far as the landscaping and such.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Robinson, did you have anything for the board?
Yes, I had placed at your seat there the sales tax had come in for December, so it was a good Christmas. You'll see that we're just a little shy of $3,000 of bringing in $700,000 in sales tax. So that will be, if we go above that and meet the $700,000 sometime this year, that will be another high. This was a high of $696,486. So that was a good sales tax month for the month of December. We do have some other things taking place. We do have a meeting this Friday. Hopefully we'll be able to come back before you all. Hopefully Billy and Chief Rowell will be able to be that. You have kind of heard about that before with some street cameras that would be able to be utilized to do some, find those uninsured drivers in the city and try to get some uninsured drivers off of our roads. But hopefully we'll be able to come back before you on that. One thing that Mr. Chad did not mention that from the discussions you all started last board meeting about the planning and a lot of the things that are going on, I had asked Miss AJ, and she reached back out to her contact at the University of Memphis We got a great response from a potential intern that is graduating from there and actually working on his master's in urban planning. And we've had some emails back and forth between him and myself. Mr. Chad spoke to him today again, or was it yesterday? Great young man, and it looks like he's got a lot of, looking at his resume, has a lot of experience in some of the key things that are facing our city. So hopefully we'll be bringing him back before you next board meeting as potentially coming on and aiding our planning department, aiding Mr. Chad and Miss Tammy, and really strengthening our program there. So that is all I have, Mr. Mayor.
And I want to thank our businesses for located in the city. I want to thank our citizens and visitors for shopping in the city and spending their money so we can get a sales tax figure like this. And that does not include the online sales tax. That comes out again in what, July?
Yes, I reported our January check did come in. That was $795,000 for the January internet sales, and we do receive another one in July. That's typically about half of what we receive in January. So I had mentioned that as of right now, we'll be looking about $1 million a year. Now, next year, when they rolled all this out, they were doing it by percentages. Next year, we will be receiving 100% of the 15% that we kind of confusing, but we will be reached the max of what we receive of the 15% that we will be getting from that. So next year we'll be at 100%. So it will go up again next year, hopefully, but then it'll plateau out after next year. We'll be at the max.
Thank you, sir. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Robinson? Mr. Campbell, do you have anything, sir?
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Bailey? Do we have a motion to go into closed determination?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to go into closed determination.
Motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Do we have any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will excuse us for a few moments, please.
It happened to be the busiest day so far. A million people out there. But it was nice and warm, so. Everything. People with their dogs loose.
We're working on a good road budget.
Some of the rescue dogs are actually awfully. So we did trails going in between the ballparks and stuff like that. And I thought, we have drones, in Shelby County, and trying to locate our missing people and stuff. Inside one of the ballparks, it was locked up, there was a heat signature in there. I was like, well, maybe I should ask her for a key. You know, you gotta think about it, you know, a kid disappear out there. Yeah, it could be anywhere. But yeah, it was cool. But we still make them do.
Yeah, you can have mine, that's mine. You can have it. You got a number part on that road.
Yes, sir. Me too. We know where to put your number.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, now.
Yeah, I told you down to
Yeah,
do, we'll get that out.
With, I got another.
Oh, yeah, we are
It's
too.
it's kind of like a county planning. Yeah. But it's at the exact same time, but it's already, we're gonna talk about that. I wish I could clone myself. So
Well, I wouldn't worry about that. What I do is just tell them that you're gonna be the guy. Tell them just make sure you're on
be the contact person. Okay, all right.
That's really not.
Okay. So, because if I wasn't going to that down there, I may just zoom in, do a Zoom meeting with them or whatever, as opposed to make the trip or whatever. But yeah, they're the exact same date, exact same time, so I'm gonna have to decide. I'll probably do the planning meeting just because of Miracle Farm away, so.
A lot of times I would walk in and if somebody was, deals with home, like these things, sometimes that's a long time.
Oh, yes. Right.
But I do keep them updated and just at least skid steer loader.
Yeah. Maybe once I get the intern, if we have the same thing, I could send him to one, I could go to the other, at least they would be covered. Because the medical marijuana, I'm hoping we can get, if they want to do that. I don't know what they want to do. I think they're going to decide what they want to do. Processing or not,
All the bad things.
You can see that the cultivation, a lot of this is not, it's not done like a back 40 or whatever, it's done inside. It's a controlled environment. So it could be, even though.
We're back. Do we have a motion to come out of closed determination?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Alderman Young. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Do we have any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion go in executive session to discuss A, discussion of personnel matters in Public Works Department, and B, discussion of personnel matters in the Admin Department.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis. Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. If you will excuse us, please, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll let you know when they come up with a date.
Yeah, thank you for, thank you for your help today, listening on my question on the tree.
No problem, man.
Because that is new to me, we didn't really do that in counties, we didn't really have that feature, we just, you can't name a county tree city, so we can't do it. It's too big of a geography or whatever, so
I like these.
that's all new to me.
I like Misty.
No, I did not have a chance to watch the Misty, but, Betty came in, well, she was there. Yeah, when we got done talking or whatever, I spoke to her for quite some time or whatever, she was helpful. And, I think we'll be able to work out something, I'm not sure what that result will be or whatever, but, because right now, just for clearing lots 2 and 3 of that plat we were looking at tonight, that was the plat, that was on the agenda, it would be like 188,000. Man, that's a lot, because we're pretty much getting rid of all the trees or whatever, right? There's maybe like a couple acres or something. But I think most of the trees are smaller. That's what it's been indicated to me that quote almond growth, and then but the trees defined in the city ordinance under chapter 14 is trying to protect the larger, older, and the hardwoods. Yes, you know, so there might be some differentiation there. It was great, though, the applicant was giving me a list of all what they're trying to plant.
You know that, one, the new big plant, GTO, right?
GXO?
GXO.
Yes.
What they did, that was all trees there too. And they just planted trees along the outside, and I guess to be in compliance.
Yes, that was for our landscaping code, but I can't really pull what they paid. They paid
Might want to know where
how they did that. I look at the chart and I can't make heads or tails because the chart of what's in there. I mean, to me, it should have been probably a 200K bill. But they basically just paid to make application. They submitted it and, you know, I'm not really agreeing with the chart on the result. So, but I don't know what the type of tree that I was there too again. That's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at the area maps. Because the area maps will show the trees that used to be there. Not the new GXO. Depends on, well, depends on what source. As far as new aerial photography. So, but we got a lot of stuff going on. We got a lot of new stuff coming. So, we're excited. It's really exciting.
I don't know how bad the reels are, how bad the wash is, but try to get down.
It's hard to do that. I think the cargo is going. I think he would be a great source. See, I had to make sure that a lot of these things, donations, I do this and that. I thought I needed to state that don't let that cloud their decisions to pull
When you spread it out,
what to be or whatever. So, but yeah, he might be a positive source. I mean, it's gonna be a while before he's up and going, because they've got to do a site plan review.
Whenever we get a guy,
Which
February,
February
we got a job.
agenda's closed,
About to start.
March is almost closed, I think I close it, I know.
well, I get it.
This year, nobody wants to be on the agenda every month, but there's only so much time to go.
You know, she showed me pictures.
And it's gonna take a while after we get the intern, because he's never done professional planning or whatever.
Okay, well, what's yours?
How we do
But, you know, they showed her picture, and her dad.
what he's doing is hard,
Yeah.
you know. Yes, because we're gonna try to let him float between Tammy and myself.
But I had to figure
Probably
out
won't be able to help Charles.
where he could.
Charles came out to the office the other day, handed me a packet. You had your,
I never was.
about a subdivision, I think it's right
Tell
there.
you what, if you give me a
Sage
phone,
Street?
Yes. So, my question on that is the
They have
park
12.
responsible for maintaining that,
They tried it.
walking trails and the playground area?
That I don't know, that would be, if you could just read that question, because I can forward that on, I could either look in the book, it might be detailed in that booklet, because the city approved that in July of last year. But they've had to come back and redo it, because what they found is where they're gonna be a lot of disturbance. And so that's why the city approved that. Also, the city had to consider it again, because it's fewer lots, so it's all smaller lot sizes.
that's what you're talking about.
So, there might be detail on that somewhere in that writing, and as well as pages. I would look like in the table of contents, there might be something on.
Yeah, what he'd have to do is come in and establish that bank, grading,
I'm really.
the concrete put this right there because it looked nicer and it's easy to transition
With the phones, and then these common areas around the open space areas, people have bought individually, and then they come to us asking, we want to file an application to develop it. This is right on the plat, it's going to be for common space. We've had 3 subdivisions go to us in the last 2 or 3 months of that situation. And I can only remember that in my 30-year career, where that had only happened one time before, and that was back in 1990.
From that area.
So I'm alarmed at that trend or whatever, but if they set it up right, you know, on that, it should work. It works in other parts of the country or whatever. And hopefully that'd be the way they would do it. They'd have an HOA, they'd collect it, they would have part of their HOA dues would go to the maintenance of that recreational system, if you will, to that subdivision. So, not go defunct after X amount of years and then nobody's there to maintain it. So.
What are y'all doing? I'm staying in the house now. I used to go out in
It's gonna be the end of April.
Yeah, they had 30 inches.
It's gonna be the last weekend of April. All right, Chad, have a good one.
Yep, you too.
We'll see you.
Yep, see you, Vince.
Or December.
Have a good one.
But you know, we see all that, but we don't think about what they're having.
I guess we're done.
I guess we think about it. We don't think.
Visualize it, yeah. I mean, I just really can't imagine that much snow.
Well, they just need rain.
you're afraid I drive through City Hall. Oh, I love to do that. And I close up. I had a tractor, and I hauled it on these 30 guys, and, when you put a tractor weight, and yeah, that's a little difficult. Because you got too much weight. So I never pulled it in if I had that kind of weight. It's an empty trailer, yeah, you weight that sucker down, you're gonna drop. So I can back up with the trailer when it's low. Oh, yeah, I give a hard piece of that. Oh, hard piece. But don't you dare mention minimum wage. That's all I'm getting on. I want you to do it voluntarily. Everybody's willing to do this by volunteering. Oh, no! Let's go down to kinds of. Okay, wait a minute. You know what?
You had it right until the end.
You might be able to accomplish it. I like it that much. You give me the right tractor, the right day, and you can accomplish it with the right tractor. I don't want a piece of shit. We'll buy you lunch. No! I get it free at the Waffle House. Why do I want you to buy me lunch? You may not give me what I want. We don't even want this. But hey, you know what? It's my one time. I'm not joking here. If you get them convinced you're allowed to get volunteers, give me the right tractor, mower, the right day. Yeah, I like doing it that well. But if I find out somebody else out there's getting paid, oh, hell, and you know I have the ability to make that.
No, you Mr. Francis, no.
Matter of fact, that would be the night that he will be arresting me if I find out. Well, that's crazy. Absolutely love doing it. Yeah, that's what I love.
The day he comes out that room is the day I walk. Just gonna say.
Yeah, and cutting hay, oh, like the smell of that stuff. Baling hay is even better than cutting hay. The smell of that stuff. Oh, yeah.
I have to have a certain distance, but I do like to smell it. I love the smell of fresh cut grass too, but I have to.
You have to be done this morning. I did custom plowing with my 150 horse diesel, 18-pound plow, and I raced for 2 sheep. But anyway, here's what we did. I got fields so busy, there was big, long. I had a farm clock. I would plow all night. You put that sucker in the furrow, if the equipment was so big, the front wheel, it was dug so deep. That's why they hired me. I set the freaking rock and take it out. But boy, I don't know what happened that cut and go off on his the other end. I never thought it was that. I did that. Set the freaking rock because I was working all night. I worked at O'Hare. I ran flight ops at O'Hare. I worked all day at O'Hare. Come home, plow till 2 in the morning, get 3 or 4 hours sleep, drive into O'Hare.
And you were landing planes?
No, that's the other one. They got their sights from me. And that is the happiest day of my life. I get paid like 20, 30, 5,000 a year. They get 246, and they got your disciples from me. Every time they got in an argument, I said, hey, Charles, how'd you put your pants on this morning? I didn't understand. Whatever, you'll make it better than me. And then they took these signs and they tell me they used to complaining about being all the way to the destination, all the way back. And then they still have to do what I told them on the next day. You know, they got all their silence from me. And they complained about me getting everything I asked because I treated them all the same. I made them all equal. I've been for 17 years in Chicago Airport. And oh yeah, and and nobody agreed with me. And I do tell them, I had more fun doing that. Get there. I love telling people what to do. Because I was the only one that could dish out the shit. I went there 2 years representing, and the government, different representatives were not allowed to take sides. But the only thing they ever said in that 2 years, there's only one person at this table. I said that happened. Here's where I learned. And he says that all the time. But of course, you know, I don't care if you agree with me, disagree with me, like me or disagree. I don't care. I'm going to tell you how it is. But that's what they would say. There is only one person here that's got the picture. And then they went bankrupt, took 294 flights out and sent it to land, shut the city church. That all happened in bankruptcy court was there. Couldn't stay there on the job. 19% pay cut for everybody, managed employees, every union for 3 years. That was the story I had. And of course, 90% cut. They had 1,000 reasons not to agree. Okay, don't agree. It was bankrupt. They now agree. But anyway, but it all happened. We could have stayed there on 19%. Oh, by the way, when they went bankrupt, they took the 19% permanently, not 2 years, and they jerked everything else. In that bankruptcy, the employees lost everything. And I had personally worked on every kind of this day, 20 years. And so they took everything. They saved that one item. I percent pay cut for everybody for 3 years. And they wouldn't do it. So bankruptcy came. It happened permanently. And not only that, when they went bankrupt, Delta they eliminated the union too. Everything.
No, it's south, it went all south then.
Yes. Oh, but see, in Tennessee, they don't understand it. There's consequences for everything. There is a consequence. Believe me, even though, like in this case, that's a terrible mistake, I look at the alternative. No. But no, I'm dead serious about this. Boys, yeah, and that's what my guys, you know. We need help in the summer. Now, I said, I don't want to be on a weed eater, I'm just too old for that. But, yeah, you go, summer, you need the extra help, but what the hell do you do in the winter time? Right, you know, and you can't, they don't have seasonal workers, I don't think you guys have anything like that. But, that's one of the concepts he's going to try to work on is hiring temporary help, whatever you call it, to mow, you know, where it's time consuming. Now, in my case, I have a commercial Class D license. I can go up to 26,000 pounds legally, but you can't haul people, but I don't know what that means if you have a Class D license and a truck under 26, are you allowed to have somebody with you, or is that considered you have to be able to carry passengers? That part I don't
like a Class D license goes up to 26,000 pounds to be, it's current and everything. So you can drive a truck full of pitch or whatever, but I'm not sure somebody can be able to drive that part, I don't know. But I would love, especially these fields you guys said, take a while to vote.
Yeah.
Oh, I get a heartbeat to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
You mow out here on City Hall right here, right out here.
They said, right, you know, a place like that, and don't you know, along Goodman Road, there's some mowing.
Yeah, there's a big city piece of property there, just on the other side of, Lima Bridge, off to the right.
That here's the mow too.
That big field that's right there, that right before you get to the, Mexican restaurant.
I said, my business is right. Pay attention what you're doing. Don't roll over something's gonna puncture the top of it. Don't roll over something, or if you don't know what's there, don't blow through it. Get off the tractor and look.
Well, that's the first thing you gotta do. You gotta kind of scan the area, see what you got.
Yes, you have to know what you have to mow.
Because,
Now,
a
once
couple
you
of years
know
ago,
it, and you know, you gotta know what you're mowing.
a couple of years ago, the guys ran over, didn't see it, it was a tire or rim laying in the grass. They hit that thing, and
That will just tear up something you won't believe.
it tore it up,
But that's the point. I mean, I have common sense, ability, and training to realize, don't do that. Because when you take the money, the downtime,
but man, it took
it's just.
the part, when they had to order the part came on, and it had to come all the way from overseas to get it. So it was weeks
Yeah.
at the tractor.
But this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand, and it's worse than that. A lot of people don't get it. Then you got a bad copy of that. But in my case, I understand all that and everything. I want to do this so bad. And I'm not even saying a word about that. Unless I find out somebody else is out there. That shit don't work. Now, that shit don't work.
No, if you pay him, you pay me, so.
But if I was truly helping the city out, and that's the only way they could get here, I had nothing else to do, and I had a field I'm not gonna hit shit in, just right around.
I really wish we could get, I don't know how to do it, but I really wish we could get some kind of campaign to get people to not live, just to, I don't know what it's gonna take, it would just throw the garbage right out the window. You ain't got nothing to do, go do that. Who cut the gas off? All you gotta do is go to the gas station, they can go out there and go around. I said, sometimes you might have to do 6 things. All this trash, the
thing is so pathetic here. Whatever you see these doing, what you guys are supposed to so full.
Right, yeah. You gotta get it all picked up, or you're gonna have cut up litter everywhere.
Unbelievable mess.
When we getting out of that truck out there, that's what. I really was trying not to be rude.
No, well, that's what Robbie, I was like, he's on phone.
On the phone, but just call. Whatever happened to the guy? He used to drive around in a truck, he was a volunteer. And just keep one of that beautiful truck, He used to have it rode on the side of the truck. Keep in green lead, keep one like that.
Well, that's Leon Martin.
And he would go around.
He used to pick up shit. He got very sick, and he's still alive. He worked for Heartland Hands, and he's gonna come back down and get followed. Yeah, he's been shut down for a couple of years. Health problems, but he didn't. Leon Martin. And I used to go with him. Yeah. And he had to keep Heartland, green.
On this truck.
And he'd be out here. He was picking stuff up all.
I don't know if that city ever honored that guy, but they sure still waiting to come.
Leon Martin, and that was all volunteer. That because he just liked to do it.
Yeah,
They used to have a committee of volunteers called Keep Horn Lake Beautiful. I was part of that one time, really young Martin. But then they would sing all that stuff down. Yeah, it'd be nice to get that cleaned up again. And it was all volunteers with people that wanted to do it. But anything like this, that needs one major road. You have to have a driving force. But yeah, young Martin did that, and, you supported that committee, helped him. But I never was good self, but I do volunteer. Now that, I'll keep you in the loop on. The Knights of Columbus, and Alan's part of that, helps too. Picks up the trash every 90 days on a 1 mile section starting at the Waffle House, going west, and there's a market the other end, goes through all those businesses in front of the Walmart, and that big intersection, we pick all that up. You need to know when we do that, that's when this is scheduled to mowing after that pickup. Yeah. We picked up everything and they broke it back down. I had a truck out, somebody totaled my truck, but they paid me.
I told you, truck.
In South Haven, a guy totaled it, bent the thing in 3 places. I got banged up and never went to the hospital. Gave me $16,800 for that 2010 F-150 black pickup that I had only 93,000 miles on it. They gave me $16,800 for it, and then temporarily I bought this new Honda out here because I'm going to go to Jackson. I want to buy it 32 miles an hour for that, but I will get a truck this summer. But yeah, they got someone went around right to the stoplights, witnesses all over the place. They thought I was dead. Well, I stepped out of the truck with a broken bone.
What intersection?
Oh, in the intersection of the road going into where Chick-fil-A and eight lanes there, that stoplight there. I was on free to go through. This joker, they said, he was in the lane all stopped. He was mad. He went around in the opposite lane to go through that light on the red. And he was mad in Florida. And he went right into it. And the girl there with us, she did it. She said, I went to the state of shock. I didn't even do the police report. That's how bad. And they begged me. I was going to go to the hospital and die with the COVID. She took me home. And she got the truck towed to my drive. And then I said, I heard for weeks. I never went to the hospital. And Linville said, Miller, you are out of your fit. Everyone else will sue him, complain about it, neck or back for years. I didn't go to the hospital, never filed a claim, just took aspirins and stayed at home for about 2 weeks. I said, I'm not going to the hospital and die. I survived the accident. Why did I want to die of the virus? That actually happened. Bent that truck in 3 places. They came out and looked at it. I said, I want my truck fixed. He said, you ain't getting this one fixed. They totally, right on the spot. Usually they have all kinds of investigations. He said, we can't fix this sucker. I said, I can't replace it. Counted 93,000 miles. That's all that was on there.
What year was that?
2010. 3/4 ton extended Venus super cab, not the crew cab has 4 individual doors. This had 4 doors. It had open from the back, and only 93,000 miles on it. Title was in the safe. Plates were cheap. Insurance was cheap.
It has been 20 years.
God, that was the reason that he said, no, there's no way. So, they wrote me a check. And I got my little Honda, and I'll get another truck. I got to have a truck. I had a truck all my life. So, I hope this for mileage.
Yeah, that'd be great for going, like you said, going to Jackson or something like that.
Oh, that's coming down the pipe. Yeah, that's coming down the pipe. That's the reason I did this. I'm preparing for what's coming down the pipe.
Box. Yeah.
I want to tell you, man, thank you for working all the time.
Yeah.
We try to get out there and keep it clean up too much as we can.
Yeah.
We just can't deal when they start throwing the tires and all that stuff.
Anytime you see that happen, you see a tire or whatever, you try to plug them on that road, you got my number?
Yeah.
Yeah, call me.
Yeah, I stage, like I said, I gotta catch my other lady that's called. That's the one. And we get out there, like I said, she get everywhere when people start throwing the and the tire. I said, let's try to pick up on the road, we gotta help out. And the stage, you want to like the matches and all that, you know, we start putting it in the bag.
They're ashamed of people do.
It's terrible. And you drive with it.
Yeah, the Knights of Columbus, myself, we pick up 1 mile every 90 days between the Waffle House and my pickup truck. This last time, we filled it 3 times in that one pickup. It's unbelievable what people do.
We can't wait 90 days.
Well, you know, I don't get the thing about tires is like, if you go get your tires changed out, just pay the extra $2 for that tire disposal fee. You don't have to worry about that. Instead, you're gonna put it, you're gonna say, no, I want my $2, put the tire on the truck, go down the road, throw it off somewhere.
Yeah, right.
They do mattress, furniture.
Oh, yeah, and mattresses.
All down, that was, I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk, find out, can we talk to the people that own the.
It was on the news.
You know, 'cause, yeah, they get out there and cut their grass, but can they get somebody out there to get involved, you know? You know, as much as good as they property, and that was part of the reason why they went to school, that they say they want to.
All that, right.
They ain't putting up one raise since then.
About how many employees now at this are left with you? Total do you roughly have in your?
Right now, how many do I have with me? Yeah, I got 20. Yeah, half of them are on the other half are on the street. I got about 8 positions open for street. For street numbers.
Now, what does that classification do? Street?
Street labor, well, you got 2, you got 1, 2, street labor 1, 2, 3. Street labor 1 is basically you just, you never work the street.
Okay, what is, when you did just mowing, what's that?
If you just did mowing, you probably would be a street 2. And if you're a tractor driver, you'd probably be a street 3.
Oh, I can do anything, any site. I even drove a Steiger dual wheel with a 20-foot disc. I can handle a Steiger too. Backhoe, I can handle those too. All that stuff. So I would be your level 3 thing.
We try to get out there and get it out there, pick it up.
It's weird. And I said, I don't care shit.
A lot of calls we hear from some of the other homeowners, calling the office all the time. Get out there and do it. When they get to the big stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and if you see a mattress or some tires or something out there, just give us a call, and I get that stuff.
That's all we're trying to get that, but it is, it's getting uptight, because we got other people that back there, they watch out there, they don't even pick up. They pick up the trash in front of their own door. They send in like the trash people come.
Now, doesn't the Parks Department, they hire, temporary help or?
They got seasonal help.
Seasonal help.
Sometimes. And they have some guys that's with them all year round too.
Yeah, but that concept, if they got it there, you should be able to get it in your department too for this mowing stuff.
Yeah, you gotta find, like I said.
If you ever talk about it, don't bring my name up anywhere.
I gotta
let you know, thank you.
Oh, you will. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, man. We appreciate all the help and volunteer work that you do.
I want to let you know, thank y'all for what you do.
You ever get your fire hydrant issue straightened out?
No, the chief said they gotta be 10 feet, they 10 feet from the fire. But my issue was, we got a little fire department. Them guys can't get to hook up, cause all the cars around.
Right.
I sent them the pictures and all that.
Of course, Chief said that he pulls up on fire hydrant, there's a car in the way, they just put a hose through the car.
They do that? But it's not fair to
If
them.
it's parked in front of the fire
But it's not fair to
hydrant,
them.
you got a fire, you gotta get to the hut, you gotta get to the water somewhere, no?
That's what kind of prevent it. And what if he get hurt? Now we got another body. I worry about the safety. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
There ain't no fire hydrant when the house was on fire. So we got a fire on the house. How we gonna get it? I don't know, like you said, like we did doing. And the people won't get out there. Why you got that hose on my car? You're not gonna be parking. But, they say it gotta be 10 feet away, they still within 10 feet range, but saying it's just because when the buses pass and all that, they're out right in all the way. Yeah, it caught the rest of it. It wouldn't get out.
Well, we're gonna get one more, car wash.
We're kind of interchangeable with Greg. Usually you see one or see the other.
Did you submit?
I ran for Democrat once,
Yeah.
I ran for Republican once, now I'm running independent.
Independent.
And clear, neither side to see what's happening. Alan says, that's perfect, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then Saturday at this,
When's that?
giveaway thing, Alan said, they were doing big politicking, and Alan was telling Charlie, hell, I am going down for campaign to get him elected me, so I can get him the hell out of Horn Lake. That's what I wanted to say, Alan, we only go down there January, February, March in session. I'm only gonna be gone 3 months, and then I'm coming back here 9.
When is that election?
This one is November of 2023, but where the situation is, the Democrat, African-American, Democrat, Hester Jackson Craig has taken her out. The Republicans, they've had all the fight. She got it because the Republicans got the vote. Won the primary. I thought he had it when he was asleep. In the general election, the Democrats had 50-some volunteers on Marcos. He got the Democrat in by only 40 votes. Wow, is right.
I think that's
And it upset the apple cart. Like, now, they want her out. They're gonna spend tons of money funding a Republican candidate to run against. They want so bad for this asshole to run for Republican. This is nobody's. If they pull shit like that and say they put 50,000 in, they think they own you. Nobody owns me. Nobody. So I says, you know what? I'm gonna try to upseat her independent, because then I'll spend no money. And if they pull shit like that, I will owe nobody nothing. But yeah, that's going down the pipe.
Did you injure yourself? I don't keep hearing people saying you injured yourself.
Where do you get your ambulance?
Where you can't
Ain't
let
word of your
nobody,
ambulance yet.
a fireman, if a person can't hurt themselves, what fun is he being at all? I mean, look, I had Saturday and Sunday off, didn't I?
Yeah.
I didn't want them people to feel like they didn't have nothing else to do. I wanted somebody to tend to them. So I went to the Methodist Hospital for a little while Saturday morning.
What happened?
Well, let's see. Cat was reading. I didn't want to call the fire department out to get it out, so I climbed. And just as I got the cat down and everything, it just hit my leg, knocked a hole in it. No, I was using my pocket knife. The true thing is I had this pocket knife like this. Opened up. You know, I ain't gonna open it now. I'm just gonna open it. I had that blade out, it's sharp. Brand new knife, I got it back in December. So I was cutting the box. And I was breaking them boxes down because it was a bunch of, I had like, I guess we had probably, well, it was 6 air packs and it was 12 bottles and all of them come in a package in a box. So I was opening them boxes up and I said, we can't throw all this in the trash. We're gonna just, I can make this into about 3 boxes if I cut them up. So I had this knife out and as I was cutting that box, it did that.
Oh, it got your leg.
I know that you have been taught not to cut towards yourself.
I know, but I was pulling it like this, and I was doing fine until it just slipped out and it hit the.
And that's why
So
you
it
cut
cut.
towards yourself.
It cut my pants, and I thought, well, damn, I ruined them old pants.
It got pulled in your pants.
But then I said, I believe it got a little meat. And I pulled it back, and looked, and there was a gash. It put 7 stitches in my leg, but I'm probably gonna. They said come back in 5 to 7 days. I guess I'm.
Did
Friday, I'm gonna have some of the
fellow firemen laugh at you for that?
No, they actually.
They felt sorry for you.
No, they said you need to go to the emergency room, and I argued with them. But anyway, I decided to go take them up. I kept looking at that gash. It was pretty deep. It was about 1/4 inch deep. It wasn't bad once it didn't bleed much. It didn't bleed much. Started bleeding a little bit. And actually, that was the one that fixed my leg Saturday. The one that had a stroke this morning. He's not doing it. Ain't that funny how things happen? He sent me to the hospital and said, you better go get that sewed up. And then he had a stroke this night. He just retired from Olive Branch about 2 years ago, 3.
Yeah.
I was sitting in the emergency room. I was
Okay,
good.
we had a bit. How long do you think we're gonna wait? Oh, you did. Oh, yes, sir. That's a decent gas.
Let me get a picture of that.
Yeah, that's a decent gas. That's a gas.
It's a pretty good cut.
Yeah, yes, sir. That's a cut. Yeah, that one. Matter of fact, yeah, that's a cut with a knife. It had to be sharp, but that's not just sharp. That's why it didn't have to be sharp.
Well, she said it was a clean cut.
How long do you think we're gonna wait tonight?
About 15 more minutes.
Oh.
10 on 5, they should be out. Get 15 more. We're gonna go fast. We're gonna make it tonight. Yeah, I just need to look at it. I don't know that.
business, you don't have to answer none of those. Started, place, yeah, him at 70,000. That or less, a little less. So they knew they could get I'm really,
Oh, I tried, but
I know what they said.
they settled it.
If I was in your position, I'd do the same thing. That kind of shit don't fly for me. It don't fly. He was brand new, not from the city. Right now, they can give him that. They can give you that, and you're the only one that has a license. They have to have someone in that department with that license. And they still don't recognize that. No, I am not pleased with that at all. Not at all. But I would have done the same thing you did. Yeah, yeah.
What makes y'all think it's not running on electric? Oh, it's still, so it's still plugged in, the generator's still running. Okay, I'm trying to come, see if I can try to call or get a hold of the guy with Energy, let him know, you know. I'm sure they know about it, maybe they ain't got out there, I'm gonna try to see if I can get a hold of them. Do what? Oh, did you unplug it? Okay, yeah, don't do that. Yeah, all right, man.
Jim, these chairs are just mighty fine compared to the ones we just got.
It's cold in here. I'm cold. Watch out.
Now he's back.
Oh, I heard. You know, I didn't know he could jump that high. I can't help it, man. I was born in, my mama raised me.
Precious day. You and me are gonna be entombed in this room, you know that?
It's a whole different.
No, you don't. I'm going home. I'm going home. Do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
Mayor,
Alderman Guy,
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
do we have a second to?
Second.
Motion. Who made the second? Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Robinson.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Guys.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. If there is no other business for this honorable board, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, I make that motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Alderman Dupree. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Aye. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Clyde.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned. Don't you get wound up.
Oh, you gotta love this.
I'm gonna leave.